Good morning, everyone. We will begin our
Recording
startup
in
procedures.
progress.
Thank you. And in Zoom here, we have Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Corsi. And I do believe we're ready for you to begin, Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Gore got snarled in some traffic, so he will be attending in person in the chambers soon. But let's go ahead and get started. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that Julie please share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días y bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores. Esta reunión será interpretada simultáneamente al español. Para escuchar la interpretación, por favor haga clic en la imagen del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija su idioma español. También, si le distrae escuchar el audio original en inglés a bajo volumen, puede hacer clic donde dice Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio del inglés y solo escuchar la interpretación al español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So that will go ahead and move us on to the approval of the agenda. We have a few notes. Item number 27 has been removed from the closed session calendar by addendum. Item number 29A has been added to the closed session calendar by addendum. And item number 30 has been continued to December 14th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. And now I will go ahead and ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to the consent calendar, which is items number 1 through 22. Are there any requests from members of the board to remove anything from the consent calendar this morning? Seeing none, I will go and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on the consent calendar in person. That is items number 1 through 22. Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask the clerk to lead us in public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee, should you want to comment on any of the consent items before the board. And thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So we will go ahead and ask for a vote on the consent calendar. That is items number 1 through 22. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in a roll call vote, please.
Certainly, and I'll withhold item number 9 as that's the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District item, I believe. Or no, pardon, it's just a majority vote. So for all items on the consent calendar, Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And our consent calendar does pass unanimously, which will bring us on to our Sonoma Water Climate Adaptation Plan for the morning. And I believe that we are about to be joined momentarily by the General Manager of Sonoma Water, Grant Davis, as well as by Jay Jaspers, our Sonoma Water Chief Engineer and Director of Groundwater Management, and Dale Roberts, our Sonoma Water Principal Engineer. So I will go ahead and hand it over to you. Maybe Grant is still logging on. There we go.
There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair. With me here today is Chief Engineer and Director of Groundwater, Jay Jaspers, Dale Roberts, our Principal Engineer in the Climate Energy Division, and Armin, the Director of Jacobs Engineering, that will be here to present the long-awaited climate adaptation plan for the Sonoma County Water Agency. This has been about 6 years in the making. and comes on the heels of our board's direction to become carbon-free by 2015. You'll learn today that this is something we've been working diligently with the water contractors as well as the broader community with water supply, but it also encompasses our response to climate change specific to water. What will come behind that is our work on sanitation, flood control, and energy. I'm very proud to bring this to the board today and the board's direction for us to produce our climate adaptation plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jay Jaspers. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant, and good morning, board members. Happy to be here and to present to you our draft climate adaptation plan. It represents several years of comprehensive work amongst a wide swath of Sonoma Water staff, as well as engaging community members and experts and scientists in the climatology field. And so we're very excited to present this plan as a new roadmap moving forward to where Sonoma Water can more comprehensively address climate risks to our operations and our facilities. I think, as we all know, Sonoma County has experienced a significant number of natural climate-driven impacts, and some might say more than most regions in the past decade. And especially in our region, the climatologists and the modeling says that for our region in general, in California more broadly, we'll continue to experience even more so significant and interannual variability in precipitation every year, the highest in the country. And so California is the highest in the country. And in our region in the North Bay, we're especially even high for in that variability for California. And so this will test our resiliency moving forward. Indeed, we're being tested now. 2019, we had significant flooding, and then that was just 3 years ago. And now we've had two of the most extreme dry years in a row. So that just is, I think, a window of what we're facing not only now, but more so into the future. So our climate adaptation plan is one of the, I think, first really comprehensive plans for a water resource agency within the state. And we're very proud of the effort that was put into it, again, by a wide swath of staff at Sonoma Water. Next slide, please. And this slide just I've just got two slides here on kind of threats that we all know well, but just to set the ground or set the context here. Although we're in a significant drought, we can't forget that flooding in Sonoma County is a significant issue. As a matter of fact, a peer-reviewed paper that was published in 2018 shows that Sonoma County, more than any single county in the 11 Western United States, has the highest amount of economic losses due to flooding from atmospheric rivers. And you can see on the left there, those red dots show the percentage of flooding due to atmospheric rivers. And then on the right there, we've taken a snippet from a table in a paper that shows that Sonoma County is #1 in flood losses from atmospheric rivers. The second county that ranked in the 11 US states was Los Angeles County, by the way. So flooding is also, even though our minds are in drought right now, flooding is a significant issue for Sonoma County. Next slide. And I don't think I need to say much about wildfires other than when we first started this plan, it was right before the wildfires. And although we had wildfires in our design of our document, I have to say that it was not as prominent as it ended up being, given that right after that we had the 2017 fires and then following fires. So wildfire resiliency is a significant part of our plan that you have before you today. Next slide. These are some examples of what Sonoma Water's been working on over probably the last 15 years or so. We have MOUs with several research institutions, including the USGS, NOAA, and Scripps Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. We continually engage with scientists and experts in the climate science arena, in the weather arena. Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations is one climate adaptation program that we're especially proud of. This was co-developed by Sonoma Water staff, along with scientists from Scripps, as well as NOAA and the Corps of Engineers, for a first of its kind implementation at Lake Mendocino. And now we're looking at moving forward with a similar evaluation program of FERO at Lake Sonoma. We see this as a key adaptation strategy for our operations. Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information, AQPI, is another program we've helped lead in the Bay Area with a $20 million grant from Department of Water Resources and partnering with NOAA and Scripps for better assessing extreme precipitation, urban flooding, and geohazards, flash flooding, landslides due to these atmospheric rivers, especially on burned watershed areas. After the 2017 fires, we developed and installed the first fire camera systems in our region to help protect areas and to really help protect the Lake Sonoma watershed, but more broadly about the third of Sonoma County. Now that program through county and PG&E and others has really expanded to quite a robust array of fire cameras. We have other programs, as you can see, local hazard mitigation plan. We have been implementing local hazard mitigation plans for over 15 years and will continue to do so in several of our enterprises. And in terms of the drought, we are working with all of our water contractors on a water supply resiliency study that will look at climate, what we can do together, joining our systems to improve our resiliency from a regional standpoint for drought. And then we've also embarked on, with NRCS funding, Central Sonoma Watershed Vulnerability Assessment, which is in the Spring Lake and the Kansas Reservoir in the Santa Rosa urban area and above. And we've also installed the Sonoma One Rain Network, which is a network of gauges that really monitors some of the hazards for flooding and soil moisture, et cetera, out in the watersheds so that we can use that as real-time operational information. Next slide. So our projected climatic and hydrologic changes for the region, what the models say is, I think this is also well known to most, is the temperatures will increase. All the models say that. And that will increase, that'll have impacts on the significance of droughts too. So when we look at droughts, we not only look at amount of precipitation, but the temperature exacerbates those impacts of drought. Sea level rise, of course, precipitation variability, which leads to drought or flooding, is going to become more significant into the future than it even is now, because the strength and predominance of atmospheric rivers will increase. And then wildfires, of course. I don't think there's much needed to be said there. Next slide, please. And so our vulnerabilities, as we crosswalk these climate threats to our systems, we really have dialed down into our operations and facilities on our water supply enterprise, our flood control enterprise, and our sanitation enterprise. And that's where we take all of the scientific information we have and we bring it down into tangible, what does it mean to us in our facilities and our operations? Next slide. And we do this by looking at a vulnerability and a risk assessment. Vulnerability is a sensitivity and adaptive capacity of a system. And the risk is the consequence and likelihood. So there might be a high consequence, but is the likelihood high, or vice versa? So we really analyze that through our system, working with our staff across the different divisions within Sonoma Water to really rate what our risk is for these different components of our various enterprises. Next slide. This is my last slide. So this just shows you, I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is an example of some of our system components for the water supply system and how we ranked using that vulnerability and risk assessment for different risks. You can see on the top, climate-driven risks, how we rated the vulnerabilities there for, medium or low, medium, and high. And that helped us really then design our adaptation strategies on how to improve our overall resiliency. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dale Roberts, our project manager for this plan, who's going to talk about adaptation strategies and next steps. Dale?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, board members, for having us today, and thanks for hearing us out. Thanks, Jay and Grant, for introducing this. So as Jay said, we looked at our 3 core functions: water supply, flood control, and sanitation, and went through an analysis of all of our systems. And we came up circumstantially, not deliberately, but 5 overarching strategies that would help us weather the climate changes we're anticipating seeing. This is the strategies surrounded by all of the actions that fall under those overarching strategies. The actions in bold are, we call them the anchor projects, or the anchor actions that really move the needle on that particular overall overarching strategy. The upper right strategy of improved resilience of water supply and infrastructure is a very hard infrastructure look. It's actually, what can you build? What can you do? We recently cleared the area around our, did some vegetation management around our Wool or Mirabel facilities. In the lower right, increase the operational flexibility of the water management facilities. That's just to operate a little differently, operate a little smarter. Forecast informed reservoir operation we've talked about a lot. It's a classic example of using existing infrastructure, but using the best available science to operate that system, not older rule curves that are conservative, but not with not using the modern science to not put too much, no additional risk, just use it wisely. Down at the bottom, we have improved system integration and regional resilience. Jay already mentioned the regional water supply program we're doing with our water contrast. The drought kind of forced our hand on that one to look at the whole system and see what we can do as if there were no jurisdictional boundaries from the upper reaches of Lake Pillsbury all the way down to Sausalito. In the lower left, the improved watershed and natural resources management. We have the watershed resilience program that we've already taken some steps in that regard, as far as when we did our Fire Smart program up in Lake Sonoma. The healthier the watershed is, the easier our job is on both flood control and water quality. So that's where our collaboration efforts start to really become important. And then in the upper left pie, advanced science and technology, we're already, as Jay mentioned, some of the actions we've already done historically. We need to continue to do that as the science changes, as the science learns more. We want to be better informed in how we meet our core functions. So that's our strategies for water supply. There we go. Flood management, similarly, I won't go into too much detail like I just did, just that's sort of the structure. But in the upper right, we develop and implement a regional flood control strategy. We don't control every flood control channel and every drainage ditch within Sonoma County. Some of it's in private hands and public hands. So we want to initiate the discussion to look at it a better broad view so that anything upstream and downstream of us has the most optimistic or optimized approach for managing flood control. In the lower right, that's improve and maintain the flood control infrastructure. We've talked about the Central Sonoma Watershed Vulnerability Assessment, downtown impacts downtown, most of central city of Santa Rosa. Very important work there. And what can we do upstream and downstream of that area to alleviate flooding? Down at the bottom, again, forecast informed reservoir operations. That helps on the Army Corps side up at the Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, but also we want to look at maybe doing that at some of our flood control facilities. Over on the left, improved watershed management. Similarly, what I said, Fire Smart, Lake Sonoma, and Managed Aquifer Recharge, FloodMAR. Sorry for the acronyms there. And then in the upper left, advanced science and technology benefits the flood management system as well. Jay mentioned both the advanced quantitative precipitation information tool that allows us to better forecast extreme weather events and what the resultant runoff could be, and we can stay ahead of the game to alleviate debris flows and flooding. And then sanitation-wise, when we need to improve the efficiency of our collection system, we've always needed to do that, but because the drought's not hurting the sanitation systems too badly, but the increased frequency of extreme precipitation events is going to impact our collection systems. So we need to tighten it up even more. And then on the lower right there, improve wastewater treatment reliability. A lot more fluid's going to be coming through. It's not going to be more potent, if you will, but there'll be more liquid coming through because if we need to be able to be treating it. Then at the bottom there, we need to expand our opportunities for reuse. We do some recycled water use in some of our bigger treatment plants, but we need to, there's some years where we have plenty. A year like today, recycled water is a pretty valuable commodity. Over on the left there, we say dynamic and resilient SCADA system. That means supervisory control and data acquisition system, our main control system. If we can dial it in a little better and automate our operations, similar to how we do the water system, we'll be able to operate more efficiently. And then the upper left, establish integrated wastewater planning and policy. Some of this may entail some ordinances, perhaps, to reduce inflows in the collection system and have those laterals inspected and the like. I sort of mentioned that some of these concepts mostly can impact not just water supply, but also flood control and sanitation. I mentioned some of these already, the Watershed Resilience Program, going beyond just Fire Smart, but working with other entities like Ag and Open Space and others, Permit Sonoma, to look at the whole watershed. Again, we don't own the whole watershed, but anything wet within the watershed impacts how we do business. So these are some of the concepts that overlapped, and we'll have to push on many fronts on these. And also they involve external agencies. We can't do this alone. So our next steps today, we're recommending that the board approve our climate adaptation plan. That empowers us to move forward. It also helps us leverage outside funding. We want to prioritize and map the implementation pathway for each project. Each project's going to have its own environmental documentation protocols, CEQA or NEPA or what have you, and its own funding mechanisms. That brings me to the next line. Actively identify and pursue available funding sources. There's a lot of climate resiliency funding out there from various sources, Department of Water Resources, CAL FIRE, Department of Natural Resources, even from the federal level. Each of the projects is going to have their own means of getting done. So we'll need to align those with the funding sources that are available to give us and leverage those funding sources to minimize impacts on the ratepayers. And next bullet, we want to build internal Sonoma Water structure to mainstream climate resilience, make it part of our culture, have a working group, but also to operationalize all the projects listed, incorporate them into the capital projects plan, the long-term financial plan, into our local hazard mitigation plan, and the like. And then the next item, we've been the collaborator's collaborator over the years. We want to develop, engage, and build on existing and new partnerships on the federal, state, regional level, and local entities, tribes, and the like. This climate adaptation plan aligns with, I mentioned the Vital Lands Initiative, that Ag and Open Space. It aligns well with the county's climate resiliency group, who's doing a natural systems climate adaptation plan. So working with those partners to better leverage all of the efforts we have going forward. And then the last item there is to establish a robust monitoring plan and timelining for updating the climate adaptation plan, much like we do the water supply action strategies in our strategic plan, which is about 5 years, and having measurable goals and the like, and seeing how we're doing as we move forward, so we to continuously improve what we do. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. We also have Armin Munivar with Jacobs Engineering, the consulting firm that helped put this plan together. At this point, outside of this meeting, you can ask Jay, myself, or Armin, or even Grant some questions. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Chair Hopkins. I guess I'll stop sharing too.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. So I will bring it back to my colleagues on the board for any questions. And first I'll look to my colleagues on the Zoom screen. Any questions, Supervisor Corsi or Gorin? Supervisor Gorin.
Muted, there I am. Thank you, all three of you, actually everyone at Sonoma Water. I sifted through the full report, 460 something pages. It really reads well and is very, very detailed, and really speaks to the length of time that all of you were focusing on climate adaptation plan moving forward with shifting priorities, as you mentioned. Flooding, fires, wait, you forgot earthquakes. Oh, wait, must be in there too. So my question really involves, not surprisingly, since a number of us chair or vice chair the groundwater sustainability agencies, it's not really until lately been a function of the water agency to manage that, but yet that's what we're attempting to do through our GSPs. How have you integrated that work, the work in progress, into the adaptation strategies?
Okay, you can take that.
Yes, Supervisor Gorn. As you know, the groundwater sustainability plans for each of the three basins are being finalized now and submitted to the state in January. So we're seeing both this plan and those plans coming together roughly at the same time. And I think there is definitely an overlap in several areas, especially on the water supply front. The regional, from the climate adaptation side of things, the regional overall water resiliency is going to, in large part, depend on how we manage surface water and groundwater really conjunctively. There are certain years where we're going to have a lot of surface water, probably more than we can deal with, like 2019. And what we're trying to do, and where this really links with one of the missions of the groundwater sustainability agencies, is that in those years we strategically manage those surface water supplies and use those to recharge the groundwater basins so that we can build up the sustainability in the groundwater aquifers, so that when we have years like this now, 2 years later, and we have extremely dry conditions, now we can lean on those groundwater basins to help us out and get through the droughts. But we can't really do that and maintain sustainable conditions within the groundwater basin unless in those wet years, we really think about the dry years and we really take advantage of that water when and how it occurs and get it into those basins. And so I think it takes on both sides of that equation for us, for example, in Sonoma Water and others who are involved with managing the surface water supplies, to be working collaboratively with the groundwater sustainability agencies, which, as you know, are these new organizations just getting their feet under them. And I see that is going to be a really important link for our region for water supply reliability. So there's a lot of overlap there in terms of how we do that conjunctively, manage on a year-to-year basis, surface water and groundwater.
Jay, as you describe it, it sounds so easy, and it is not easy. As we know, in Sonoma Valley, looking for a place that actually can accept groundwater, and then we'll have some really tough decisions about okay, who's paying for injecting the groundwater? Who is paying for removing the groundwater? And so far, that question has yet to be answered or determined, other than we know we have a lot of straws in the aquifer. So leads me to my next question. I know, as you should, you're really focusing on the main stem of the distribution system, providing water to the bulk of the population with the Sonoma Aqueduct going down there, and the city of Sonoma, Valley of the Moon, sort of almost at the limits of the amount of water that is supplied to them. And we have a lot of other rural residential ag users who are relying on groundwater. But how are we specifically looking at the resilience of the Sonoma Aqueduct? And you focused a lot on the watershed surrounding Lake Sonoma for the fire cameras and maintaining that essential water supply. But we have a lot of critical watersheds leading down into Sonoma Creek and the aquifer. How are we thinking about providing resilience for wildfires and earthquakes, et cetera, for that water supply and groundwater watershed?
So you're right, there's a lot of infrastructure between the Sonoma Valley and Lake Sonoma, for example. And there's a lot of potential hazards in between that. We're talking today about the climate-driven hazards, but I do want to step out for just a minute because we'd be remiss if we didn't say the seismic hazards are also a significant component of what we think about. We have a separate program. You know, seismic is not climate-driven, but we do very much have very closely and seriously take the seismic hazards, and we have a separate program for that. Perhaps someday we'll update you on that, but we do have a series of programs within our whole transmission system, including the Sonoma Valley, where we're looking at improving the resiliency against seismic. That's a big threat. Back to the climate side of things, you know, using the winter water, as I was talking about earlier, you're right, in the summertime, the aqueduct can get full due to demands, you know, the higher demands in that pipeline. But in the wintertime, the beauty of it is that, you know, our pipelines right now, you know, and into the winter, maybe a third of the way full, et cetera. So we have the opportunity to use that already built infrastructure in a way that is going to be much more efficient in moving water down there. But we have to have a place to put it down there in the below ground reservoirs that exist. And so that's what we have to figure out. We know the technology, it's just those other things like who pays for it and what are the, you know, how do you manage it, that are really going to be our challenges in the coming years to make this happen. But we also are working on other aspects like surface water, recharge of stormwater, both from a flood control benefit as well as recharging the shallower aquifers, which can help with the ecosystems, groundwater dependent ecosystems and riparian zones. The more we have our shallow aquifers built up and recharged, that has environmental benefits and other benefits too. So it's a wide range of impacts that we have to look at, both from a watershed, but also from a utility infrastructure.
Thanks, Jay. Just two recommendations for the report. One is really maybe color coding or somehow coding the specific projects that would benefit each of the basins and areas. So I know you mentioned in the report broadly aquifer recharge. Where is that? How does that factor into Sonoma Valley? Looking at opportunities for aquifer recharge by diverting stormwater in the Sonoma Creek area, focusing on that as a mechanism to recharge the aquifers. And where is conservation in the BECS? It was a common criticism of the groundwater plans that we relied too heavily on engineered projects and not enough on behavior modifications, equipment, technological modifications in conserving water. And although people are doing a great job this year, let the rains begin and continue so that we can let loose the irrigation and everything else that we use water for. But I would hope that we at least give a cursory understanding of the ability to conserve more. What's the low-hanging fruit? And I would really like to know how we move forward on that. So thank you all again, and thank you to my colleagues. I'll listen to your questions and conversations.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore or Rabbit? Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, first off, I want to say thank you very much. As you read through the climate adaptation plan, it's like, you know, the agency has been doing a lot of this work just continuously. You are front and center on responding to what nature is giving us and the battles that we seemingly have there. I want to talk real briefly, and I very much appreciate all the work that we're doing. You know, in response to the 76-77 drought, this county built Lake Sonoma. Without it now, I don't know what we'd be in a world of hurt. In response to this drought, I know we're doing a lot of great work. I mean, since 76-77, we have recycled water, which I don't think was as widely distributed, if at all, back in the early 80s. We have FIRO and AQPI, which I think has great potential to really maximize our water storage. And we have our now with their ASRs and getting the aquifer recharge, using the ground beneath our feet for that next storage reservoir. Shall we, and I guess this is an open-ended question, shall we be looking for something even bigger and bolder? Are those enough as we look at the frequency of what the weather is going to be handing us for the next decades? Do we need to look, continue to dig and think outside the box to come up with a response to make sure that we are resilient enough going forward? You know, I think we're all, the entire county, while obviously responding to the drought, not ideal, we've done a good job in terms of cutting our usage. I know that conservation is first and foremost. I know that we're exceeding the 20% diversion that we needed to do at the river. I think we're at 24%. Is there some other larger project? Are there, you know, you hear a lot of talk about desal, and I know that that's only a fraction of the overall supply, and an expensive fraction at that still. Shall we be looking outside of the box for those bigger, bolder visions? And at what point in time do we actually really start diving into those kind of things?
Director Rabbit, if I might, this gives me a good opportunity to provide full credit to Jay Jaspers as the Chief Engineer and Director of Groundwater Management. I can assure you that he and his team, the Engineering Water Resources Group, are always looking with the board's direction on how to respond and how to make sure that we're first and foremost delivering high quality water to our customers, the districts and the cities that surround us, the metropolitan areas. Most recently, this drought, again, has tested us on the areas that we do not serve. So the unincorporated areas that rely more on groundwater. So Jay's perfectly positioned to make those types of strides. The one that I see in the offing on behalf of Sonoma Water is building off what we've done up at Lake Sonoma, where with forecast-informed reservoir operations, we were able to secure 11,000 acre-feet of additional water supply, even in this past dry year, applying that to our larger reservoir at Lake Sonoma. And Jay and the team have been working with the board to secure federal funding. We've got $800,000 to launch FIRO at Lake Sonoma, which is going to have multiple benefits as well, even with a smaller percentage of water that's going to be held back with more accurate precipitation. I would say I have a great deal of hope on our ability to implement what we've talked about in both categories here for water supply and sanitation, which is the AQPI program, the Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Information. That is a pioneering effort to get 6 radars up throughout the Bay Area, and we're the project lead and facilitator of that. That's a $31 million project that's actually, I'll call attention to the board. If you haven't looked at it in today's San Francisco Chronicle, there's a very extensive description of what AQPI is and what it's going to mean for the Bay Area, and in particular, the Russian River watershed. So I just want to assure you that Jay and his team And the colleagues that we work with at the federal and state level are really focused on how best to better be prepared for a resilient future. That is what this project, this climate adaptation plan represents today. Lays out the top priority projects, gives direction on where our biggest vulnerabilities lie, where our largest opportunities are. And that's going to help us focus in on funding opportunities that we have to leverage the ratepayer dollars with. So I want to thank Jay and the team. Armin Munivar, who hasn't said anything yet, but he's the project lead at for Jacobs Engineering on this through Dale's project management. I think Armin can probably help you see and understand what this means on a statewide perspective, how significant this plan just might be, because he works statewide, actually Western-wide, and I'm wondering if Armin might be able to just piggyback on what my comments were. I know Jay's chomping at the bit to also talk, but I wanted to get in there and thank him because he's spent years making this happen. And the stuff we're talking about today is largely in part of his innovation and working with a board that lets us do that.
If I may, just before Armin or Jay jump in, make no mistake, I am incredibly proud to be a director of Sonoma Water and for the continuing work that you guys have done, really thinking outside the box, coming up with AQPI, coming up with FIRO. I mean, to think of that, you know, again, we've talked about it. If FIRO and AQPI combined can increase water supply efficiency by 5%, replicated throughout the Western United States, that is massive. And just yet another example of the work that we're doing. And part of it is because we have to be, because we're not part of that federal system. And we have a very flashy system, as you've always said, Grant. And you know, it's hard to imagine just in February of 19, there was what, 2 or 3 feet of water running down the middle of Guerneville. And it seemingly has not rained since. And here we are in the second year of the drought of record. And this is, you know, and I hate the term our new normal, but this is where we're heading. And it just keeps, it'll make all of your jobs very interesting, all of our jobs very interesting to continue to look for those opportunities, those collaborations, those partnerships. And make no mistake, I'm very proud of those things that we're doing, and just want to keep supporting that that view of looking outside the box, of making sure that we're doing everything and thinking of all those things. This is a great document, pulling everything together. But I know the work for all of us will be a challenge, and will never cease cease being a challenge going forward, especially as we move into all these different scenarios that we've spelled out.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gore?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins and everybody. Armin, it's good to see you. It's been quite a few years. Transitions between administrations and, you know, continued efforts and work. And I want to, you know, compliment everybody from Sonoma Water for keeping the eye on the ball on this. I want to reflect on how impressive this is from an aspect of Sonoma Water's operations, and how there's a lot of this that is really more focused outside of your direct operations and on Sonoma County's water reliability, right? And this is always the thing that we deal with as a board of supervisors, that in a unique situation here in California, that we're the directors of a water agency, as opposed to just one side or the other, because your footprint, your actual operational footprint is one thing, but water reliability for the entire county is not always within your purview. So I want to just acknowledge that and thank you for stepping into this area with us and helping us figure it out, because you have the capacity to be able to go there. We don't want to create another drought and flood management agency that might not have your same jurisdictional boundaries, but and have to overlap those, you know, that kind of thinking. So I think for me, the bigger question outside of the operational nexus between your hazard analysis, which I fully support, is us getting out and really pulling together some concise, focused work on our future water reliability with these droughts. Flood is a completely focused area too, that deals with risk management through the Department of Emergency Management that we've created with you guys, what you're doing on the upper and lower river. different sections. I think about Supervisor Gorin for years trying to get things moving on Sonoma Creek, I believe it's called up there. But outside of that, really, what's on everybody's minds right now? If we had a bunch of folks here, they would say, how confident am I in the future of our water supply? That's what they'd be asking. Okay, so we've had some conversations with you all, and I sat down with your team recently, just kind of being a representative of the Upper Russian River area, and talking through the reliability of our aquifers in Alexander Valley, talking through how we do recharge, why desalinization is really not an option here in Sonoma County, cost efficiency and environmental impacts, and what do you even do with the brine at the end of the day, all these other things. And I just really I want to ask you what your thoughts are on how, when we get into the comment side of this, is how we continue to kind of let folks know what the vision is for water reliability in Sonoma County, right? At a high level, not at a level where we're talking about things like AQPI, FIRO, and all of our acronyms, but we really say, here's what we're working on. Here's where we have confidence of below aquifer storage. This is where the storage is going to be below ground, not above ground anymore. We're not building any upper wells. We're not going to look at desal because it's cost prohibitive and other things. We're going to move all the as much more recycled water as we can over into reuse, and keep it in those large buckets so that we can kind of figure out where the gaps are and what we need to do. So I know that's I've generalized this conversation a little bit by starting this, but Grant and others, I'm really interested in how we work with you to develop like the vision for water reliability in Sonoma County, which also deals with landowner responsibility, right? That isn't just us as an institution taking care of it all, and kind of how we focus that in terms of the same way of what we've done with wildfires. So I just want to key that off with opening that off as a question, because I don't think making this your utility and water management plan into that is the right thing, but I think we need a yes and here. So some thoughts.
Jay, I'm going to take a first stab and then hand it over to you, please. And we haven't heard from Armin yet, but Director Gore, I do appreciate the time and energy that you spent the other day going through a full litany of potential projects and the lay of the landscape for the Upper Russian River, the current state of affairs. We all know that the Potter Valley project has been in the news lately and is going to continue to be an issue that we have to grapple with on how to make sure a two-basin solution actually resolves and helps both basins. And we're diligently working toward that, and we'll be talking later today about that. But my sense on this is that there is a need to be ever more nimble and more creative and more capable about managing an extreme weather events, whether it's multi-year drought or flood incidents. And that's the challenge of the next generation of leadership, is to be able to put projects in place that respond and take advantage of high rain volume that will be coming through our system, being able to approach that mainly at the winter, to authorize and to be able to divert water above and beyond the minimum flows that we're currently allowed, and to take advantage of the existing infrastructure that we already have, to maximize that flexibility and to be able to put water when it's available into the groundwater basins. I think we're basically at a point now where we recognize that you're not going to see huge, large reservoirs built in response to this drought like we did in 1976, 77. We built Lake Sonoma. They're going to use the groundwater basins and all three of the aquifer basins that we're targeting now to bring water and develop the recharge components to allow you to bank that water and be able to have it available in drought times, but back off and allow them to recover during times when we've got rain and in large volumes. And so that strategy is where we are focusing a good deal of attention. The board's been directing us to continue in that vein. And I think, fortunately, the fact that there are groundwater management plans emerging at the end of this year creates the governance structure that would allow us to figure out how best to do that, much like what Susan, Director Gorin was asking in terms of who pays for it, how do you properly manage it, how do we coordinate with the jurisdictions. So my sense is that the ability to do what you're describing, Director Gore, is there. We do have to to continue to put pilot projects out there and make sure they perform well, and no pun intended. And then take full advantage of the innovation that's occurring and be leaning in, as you've often said, for opportunities. So, Jay, I'd like you to probably follow up and comment on your sense as well.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I would say, and reflecting on Supervisor Rabbit's comments, we'll always seek to be innovative and new ideas, and that won't stop. And it's also, an integrated water resource management portfolio. So it's not just one thing or the other. Conservation, recycle water use, and this conjunctive balancing of surface water and groundwater. For us, in certain areas, desal is the way to go, and it makes sense. I don't think for us, not that we take anything off the table, but it's a much lower priority, and I don't think we need to go there. On the winter water, that's, we have FERO, we have these other technologies we'll continue to pursue, but on the biggest, where I think we have a lot of work to do in our region, and we're not there yet, is taking advantage of this winter water, both from an infrastructure point of view, but more importantly, from a jurisdictional and policy level. And that's where we're going to really see the needle move the biggest from this point forward, is how well we can take advantage of the water when it falls into our region. And I will say that we've done studies of the historical record that we have from 1908 to present, and every single year in the Russian River, there is surplus natural flow winter water that can be utilized. That's 1924, 1977, 2020, 2021, 2014, some of the driest years, every single year. And that's just the driest years. You can think about average years or sort of dry years or sort of wet years. And if you get on an annual basis and you have that water strategically, it's significant, the potential there. So, but the hardest part will be, as Grant said, the policy, the people part of it, and getting jurisdictions to work together. So I think that's the challenge we have. But again, it's a whole portfolio approach, not just one or the other. And I'll let Armin talk, because he can give a much broader perspective, I think, from outside of our region.
Yeah, Jay, that was a great segue. I was just going to piggyback on the portfolio approach. I mean, first, thank you, board, for having me. And it really it's been fantastic working with the Sonoma Water team. I think you've got the A team here in terms of kind of climate resilience adaptation planning. I've worked kind of throughout the Western United States on this, and this is probably the most cutting edge, forward thinking team I've worked with. So really kudos to the team. A lot of the climate adaptation work that's been done over the past 10 years has been kind of understanding the hazards, but very little has occurred in terms of moving towards implementation. And I'm really hopeful that this becomes kind of a model for other parts of California. But I think as both Jay and Grant mentioned, we're in this region and lots of parts of California, we're always on the edges of variability. We're either on drought or on flood. We're very, very few times in between. So it's how we grapple with kind of always playing on the two extremes. So things like FERO and AQPI are how do we optimize our operations. There's in the climate adaptation plans, there's recommendations on protection of facilities, so kind of a physical infrastructure piece. And then there's recommendations on a whole host of natural infrastructure pieces of a watershed resilience program to really look at the watershed as your biggest natural asset that you have in the system, and how do you manage that more effectively over time. And then there's quite a bit on the groundwater, either for flood benefits or for water supply benefits. So I guess I would just encourage looking broadly at that. I think there's some big programs there, the common ones across, that could become kind of the next big thing. They may not be the next big infrastructure thing, but they may be the next big thing that manages your risk over time. And I guess the last thing I would say is what we tried to do in the plan was try to set up the strategies and recommendations for state and federal funding. So a number of the actions there, we've targeted specific state and federal pots of funding. And there's still more work to do on that, but that's a big part of what we tried to do, is not just address the problems, but address the problems and look for how we can implement them by leveraging funding, both state, federal, and as well as innovative funding programs. So thank you.
I'll pass it over to the chair and come back with maybe some thoughts on what that question leads into for us.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I want to start off by echoing the thoughts of some of my colleagues and just saying thank you to staff. Sonoma Water is such an amazing agency. And I feel like, we have to acknowledge the bread and butter of Sonoma Water, which is that O&M pipes and pumps work to just get the water delivered to our customers, in addition to managing sanitation districts like the one out in my neck of the woods in Guerneville. And I think that one of the most amazing things is that you all do that critical, important work while also looking to the future. And I think this plan is really evidence of that. We are facing unprecedented times here in Sonoma County, and you have been able to meet those challenges with grace, I think largely because of your partnerships with academia and also just the willingness to always try to think ahead of the curve. So I just want to start off by saying thank you. Wildfire cameras, forecast-informed reservoir operations, the list that you provided of all the different climate adaptations that we've already implemented is fantastic. A few questions. One is, how does the biological opinion fit into our climate adaptation plan? I had to go there.
That's actually a really good question. The biological opinion, I actually think, was one of the first examples of our response back to a changing climate and a new commitment to begin a more protective response to our fisheries and our upper watersheds. Biological opinion, we are in essentially, what would that be? It was finished in 2008, and we've been implementing it ever since. So we're on track to complete the final 3 miles of habitat restoration on Dry Creek. That is going to be a commitment that we and the Corps of Engineers are obligated to. We're in the process of beginning the second biological opinion, just beginning to start the dialogues with regulatory agencies of what that may look like, in particular for obligations around Lake Mendocino and some of the turbidity issues that are there. We also have to maintain and figure out a way forward with, in your neck of the woods, Chair Hopkins, with regard to the estuary and that management requirement, where we're really chasing after a situation that's very difficult to manage. And that is something that will be very likely addressed in phase 2. So I look at climate change and climate adaptation in the broad spectrum. We are obligated for our water rights and to make sure that we don't have a take under ESA to implement all of those provisions. We have to come back to the board early next year on a fish flow project that's a part of that biological opinion that's going to, very importantly, change our hydrologic index, which is currently now measured up at Lake Pillsbury, determines what our water year is going to be. That literally can no longer be the case. And we've got to make sure that we get in front of the state board and hopefully line up this entire region to allow us to use a lake level more properly, Lake Mendocino, in Mendocino County, not Lake County, on what our water year type is going to be. So a new hydrologic index that's going to be more accurate and reflective of what's happening in our own Russian River watershed and outside of that is going to be critical. So I see it direct related to climate adaptation, part of our tool and our obligation to be good stewards.
And if I could just add quickly, both the fish flow and the estuary management are contained in the water supply and the flood control portfolios. So they are embedded into the plan.
Thank you very much. And, a follow-up, Supervisor Gorin mentioned the main stem in terms of transmission. And, one thing that I've been very interested in is the main stem of the Russian River and how that really factors into the next biological opinion. So I look forward to, having additional conversations about that, because talk about turbidity actually impacts from recreation in many instances, as well as just the heating of the water, really from the denuding of the banks. And so seeing those increased temperatures that unfortunately can lead to the growth of cyanobacteria or other harmful algal blooms is really, I think, a concern when we look at the climactic future of our watershed. So I look forward to those conversations and appreciate, you both seeing the nexus. One other question that I have is following up on those targeted funding opportunities, which I think is very exciting. That's a place where Sonoma Water has really led the way. And I think that our water contractors and our cities have really seen that, right? Our ability to leverage funds, in particular federal funds, for a lot of the biological opinion implementation work in Dry Creek. How closely are we tracking state and federal opportunities right now? Obviously, the state has a tremendous surplus, is looking at investing in climate resilience. We also have the infrastructure package at the federal level. What are the potential opportunities for hopefully to accelerate some of the parts of this implementation plan?
Again, I'll take a stab at that and then ask others to chime in. I would say there's probably not a day goes by that we aren't thinking about how on a state and federal level we can secure funding for these initiatives. You know that Brad Sherwood, our assistant general manager, has been leading the effort to work with our state representatives. He coordinates very closely with the county and Marissa, which is doing a great job. So you look at when it comes to climate, I think we're going to be looking at needing to put together more coordinated approaches, because they're usually the multi-benefit projects that are not just water supply or sanitation or energy, are usually going to be those projects that look at healthcare and look at fire and resiliency. And we've done a very good job of working through collaborations, most notably the North Coast Resource Partnership, which has been probably the leading regional effort with 7 counties that just about every member of this board has been a part of and involved with. Likewise, the AQPI project that we have that's in the Chronicle today that quotes Supervisor Rabbit is another example. When you're looking at taking the state dollars, upwards of $33 million toward that project, but we still need operational dollars. We're looking at the federal side, and hopefully the infrastructure bills and some of the money coming out of what's in the Build Back Better, or what's left of it, will be able to tap an operational component for managing that network of radars. So I can vouch for the fact that that's something that the board has asked us to do, is to not just innovate, but then look at ways to leverage every available dollar and find new sources or build on existing sources for federal and state. And I'm very proud of the team that's been put in place. You guys have been just remarkable to work with. You've all been back in DC helping us secure dollars for many of these initiatives. And I only think it's more important than ever that we do that.
Gail, you want to talk about the link to the LHMP, the recent changes in FEMA to include climate? That was a big part of our strategy.
Yeah, we've been anticipating that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, would be requiring when getting grant funding from them that they already require you to have an adopted local hazard mitigation plan. They haven't done it yet, but we anticipate they're going to be. They've said, what have you done looking at climate change and how that impacts your facility? They haven't said it's a requirement just yet, but we're trying to stay ahead of the game and have something in place that when we do have projects like Armin was talking about, physical infrastructure projects, which is mostly what FEMA funds, elevating out of the floodplain or what have you, and the like, that they're going to be requiring that. And this sets us up to have that readily available, and we'll be the first in line while money is being allocated.
Thank you very much. Last question. I am fortunate to serve on the board of Global Council for the Science and Environment through my role in Sonoma Water. I just wanted to check in regarding opportunities to collaborate with other jurisdictions, because that's one of the things that I've gotten to learn is that, there's kind of a network of different local agencies who are also partnering with academia on climate adaptation and mitigation work. And I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on ways that we can both share kind of the things that we have learned here in Sonoma County to help other jurisdictions who are facing similar climate challenges, and then also actually learn from other jurisdictions so that we're not having to, invent our own wheels here in Sonoma County. If someone else somewhere around the world or somewhere across the state of California or the country is doing something great, why don't we just bring those best practices here rather than having to sit around, scratch our heads, and come up with our own solutions for some of these challenges? So thoughts on that and on opportunities to really, I guess, sort of share that diaspora of information, particularly as it pertains to climate adaptation and mitigation.
Chair Hopkins, That's a really great question. And I know last week that you were in conversations with Margaret Lynan, who is the head of the Scripps Institute for Oceanography down in San Diego. I think that model that we've lifted here in Sonoma and in partnership with Scripps on so many of the advanced weather forecasting initiatives is one that could be replicated elsewhere. This idea of identifying like-minded communities, whether they're areas that have been burnt or are trying not to be in terms of fire resiliency. We have to do a better job of hosting. We've held something called the Applied Solutions Network together for the last 15 years. And Sonoma's been a leading proponent of that. Sonoma Water has coordinated that effort along with the communities of, say, Asheville, North Carolina, and Boulder, Colorado, and Santa Fe, New Mexico. There are places that are doing work that we could benefit from and knowing more about. So looking for ways that we can bring those types of successful strategies together and to look at best practices and new and innovative ways to do resource management, again, on this idea of responding to climate is something we've been doing and need to do more of. I know your leadership at GCSE, which is the Global Center for Science and the Environment, is a way that can convene, and bringing those resources to bear, I think, are going to bode well for our ability to succeed now and build programs that are going to be better to respond and become more resilient in the future.
Grant, if I could add to that, if you don't mind, just thinking kind of from a statewide perspective, the state and Department of Water Resources or Natural Resources Agency is really making a push on fronts of, of climate, of watersheds, and of equity. And I think the plan that's in front of you today is maybe a model that can be replicated or pushed through that, some of those efforts at the state. So I think in terms of the question of how do we leverage that, I think there's certainly some leveraging of Sonoma Water's climate adaptation plan as a model that other watersheds throughout the state could undertake. And then we have brought in some of our national and international experience into the development of this plan. Certainly more could be done, but I think I really like that two-way collaboration, and I like looking for specific models that could be applied and spread either out from Sonoma or brought into Sonoma Water.
Thank you very much for that. Those are all my questions. So I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to comment. And I do see that we have one member of the public who wishes to comment in person today.
Top of the morning. How much time do I have?
2 minutes. Good morning and welcome.
Comes now the beautiful rain, sure to cease this drought so insane. Water is sacred. Abracadabra, speaking of water, my missive to all rainbow warriors, every son, every daughter. Be kind to the fishes, all aquatic life, including the otter. So to the eagle, the dolphin, the whale. This rhyme here in time I hereby regale. It is what it is. I am Peter, and I am telling you how it is. Trick or treat with Cactus Pete. Hardcore commanding till freedom prophecy she be complete. The students have walked out of school, never more to participate as the system is full. Now being followed by workers of every city, county, and state, fulfilling their fate as destiny's date. Love isn't love till you give it away. Let us find in being truly kind, we may also be fierce in this beautiful play. The man behind the curtain has been unmasked. The Rainbow Spirit Warriors been truly tasked. Within 3 days, all workers strike free of all fear. For all of you been as free as Brother Leonard Peltier. The 40-day prophecy strike frees Leonard and our U.S. Constitution. Truly, truly a most beautiful resolution. Everyone off the fence, pay no more mortgages, no more rents, not a penny to the system whatsoever. I am commanding. It's not just a clever endeavor. And FEMA and Homeland Security do not belong in California, for they are here to usurp the power of the sheriff and that is unacceptable. It is time for law enforcement to step up with the CSPOA and Officer Jack McLamb's vampire killer and do what they need to do in this beautiful play. I am Peter. I'm also known to veterans and law enforcement as Supreme Commander Peter Alexander of the Rebellion.
Thank
And
you
it's a
very
beautiful,
much. That
beautiful
does
day
conclude your
to
time this
participate
morning.
as I have shared. For I
Thank you
care
very
and I do it
much.
with flair.
That does conclude your time. Good morning. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. You'll have 2 minutes today.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Yanez, and I live at 801 Tupper Street, apartment 201. I am so glad I was here this morning to hear this extensive report, because the one elephant in the Zoom that I noticed was that Native American issues were not addressed at all. I think that we've got our neighbors there in Covelo, plus everywhere else, and we need to collaborate with our Native American community. The mask I'm wearing stands for missing and murdered Indigenous women, and we have one here in Covelo that we need to rally around. Am I done?
Nope, sorry.
Oh,
That was just, I think, a Zoom
okay.
interruption.
And so that's my main reason for commenting right now, because the salmon are very important to the spirituality and everything in Native American culture here on the North Coast. And we need to consider that, and also embracing our Native American neighbors in the process. Not to mention the homeless that have something to do with 150 yards from the water line. All these issues are converging. I just want to take a second to thank the living room and Homeless Action ! I'm not going to mention AA because that's anonymous, for getting me permanently housed.
And thank you very much. That does conclude your time this morning, Victoria, but I
Thank
appreciate
you
you
very,
being here
very
and
much.
raising these issues. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on the climate adaptation plan? Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask Marcy to lead us in public comment on Zoom, please.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. If anybody would like to comment in Zoom, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And there is one hand raised, so I'll look to my colleague. Thank you very much. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Blake Hooper. I want to thank the staff for the work that they've done here and urge the board to prioritize this adaptation plan and go much further when it comes to future water storage and conservation regulations, especially as it relates to the current groundwater sustainability plan process. The current GSPs rely on a model assumption that projects what we would like to see rather than preparing for a worst case scenario. We can adopt the most advanced models in the world and still completely miss the boat if we don't challenge our assumptions and criteria. Groundwater isn't the reservoir beneath our feet. It's not a charge card. It's a savings account, and if tapped, it won't return. Aquifers in this county are often interconnected because of fault-based fractures. Stormwater injection requires mineral study to ensure the chemistry is sound and the groundwater produced is useful. And even if it does work for one aquifer, there isn't a guarantee that the water injected won't accidentally leak into another aquifer with a different mineral composition. This county isn't ahead of the curve. Sadly, we haven't taken bold action. We are dangerously behind. And the recent breakdown of water supply into Lake Sonoma should be that much more apparent. I urge the board to take a more severe focus on conservation, water storage, and regulations so that we don't bankrupt our future needs. It's time for tough conversations, not self-congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking and there are no additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So I'll bring it back to the board for any final thoughts or comments. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, a couple things. Well, first of all, I appreciated the comment about interaction and cooperation with Native American, First Nations tribes, and one thing I want to mention, if she still happens to be here, for anybody who's listening, is that's really a primary goal of the North Coast Resource Partnership, where I'm a co-chair, and we have 30 tribes in 7 counties, Sonoma County North, cooperating on all of these projects. It's a beautiful venue that brings people together, heavy tribal leadership. And if anybody's interested in following up on that, I submit the North Coast Resource Partnership and also anything we need to do on that to bring that forward. A second thing is that I just I'm excited about where we're going, because all the resilient stuff that has led us to this point is still in a phase of flow, pun intended. Even though it's well-intentioned, pun intended, Grant Davis. And I think, the biggest thing we have to do is we have to take note of the gap analysis, where we're at and what needs to happen. There's a lot of expertise that has been discussed amongst us and other things in meetings, but I really want to get it out there and let people create the venue for people to be able to give us some feedback. So one of the things that I'd really like to do is submit to, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I know Supervisor Rabbit's done drought town halls, and I'd like to do the same thing in North County. The North County system, as we've looked at with you all, is there's the resilience of our ability to deliver water through Sonoma Water. But outside of that, for the area that I'm really focused on, is working with this team to identify the resiliency of Sonoma County, not just the Sonoma Water Agency's footprint. And so with that, the work and the studies that we need to pursue for FloodMar, which is basically aquifer recharge in the upper non-confined aquifer in the Alexander Valley area, how that impacts the recharge in those areas, or the deeper aquifer availability, which is for Cloverdale, Hillsburg, Geyserville, those communities that are not connected to the Lake Sonoma system. Additionally is, FIRO, Forecast Improved Reservoir Operations, going over into Sonoma County, as I think, as we've talked about, is a huge win for us if we're able to do that. But on the other side, I really want to talk not about storage right now, and I want to also look, and I think whether it's this year or early next year, is for us to do a study session on drought and water resiliency for the entire county going forward, because I think we need to look at demand reductions still in our system. And I'm going to start with lawns by just saying I am a big proponent of us doing what they did in places like Las Vegas and others, and just sorry, but I'm just going to say it. We should be outlawing lawns at this point. Cities have their own jurisdiction. They have their own ability to make their decisions on those kinds of things. But the reality is that the most fragile part of our system is the fact that during the summer, when water is at its least plentiful, we use 50% of the water use is for outdoor irrigation. And a large part of that is not for food or even low water use native plants, but for high use environments. We could potentially even be looking at diverting our Skype programs, our PACE programs, into a way that converts lawns into turf or other kinds of things, because it costs money. But I still think we have a huge amount of gains that we can get, that and wins that we could have with reducing that 50% of water use during the summer months from being just outdoor additional use. So I want to have those conversations. I want to have those conversations with the cities and see what they're thinking about meeting their water budgets for the future. So I just submit that I think there's a part of that we're going through now, but I want to honor that this is a specific thing for the water agency. And I want to kind of look to the board and think about agendizing something, you know, in the wintertime when we're not freaked out. Hopefully we continue to get rain right now and going forward, when we can come back and do a big drought analysis and review, just like we did on flooding a couple years ago after our fires. So that being said, there's one thing that I would like us to look at with that, which is in our climate, resiliency fund that we created, the $10 million fund. There were 2 or 3 projects that are related to drought studies that were needed. One of them was for Floodmar, which is aquifer recharge. And the other one was kind of a gap analysis of drought conditions and a review for countywide. And I would like us to consider advancing those. I think the plan, maybe I'll ask the county administrator, but the plan is for staff is reviewing all of those proposals that came into our board report before for the 10 million. But I personally would love to be accelerating anything that deals with drought right now that is a study project, or anything else that we need to do that gets us lined up for state funding and federal funding with infrastructure and other things. So that's just my one question at the tail end for not only the county administrator, but for my board is do we, you know, how do we set up an appropriate drought review with some of these things that are on the, you know, on the brink. Final thing I'll say with that is that we as the board need to also honor when we have to put money in for areas that are outside of the footprint of Sonoma Water, but still using the capability and figure out what the right partnership is for that. So county administrator, maybe you can talk about those drought projects that were included in the climate resiliency fund and when that stuff's projected to come back.
Certainly through the chair. Currently, staff is scheduling individual briefings with board members to talk about the list of potential climate projects. As you may recall, back in May, there was a list of projects that were recommended for funding through PG&E's settlement dollars. The board has carved off $10 million towards climate projects. So that list has evolved. We are scheduling briefings with the goal of bringing back the full list for the board to consider in January. There are a couple of water agency projects on the list, but if the board wants to pull some forward in advance, you lose the opportunity of weighing those projects against other projects on the list that the board may also desire to fund. So we have limited funding, but it's up to the board, you know, if the board wants to direct us.
You know, I personally I'm not going to sit here and propose today that we pull 2 items out of the rest for January. I just think that it would be, what I'd really like to do is make sure that folks in the water agency that already worked with our staff to propose those drought projects that are there is highlight those for our January review, and that we be prepared in January to potentially move on those if we get concurrence from the board. Additionally, though, I would ask water agency folks if there's anything else in this gap analysis that we need to submit to the climate resiliency fund. If there's any other, the reason I say that is what are the studies that we need to do to be able to accelerate the projects, right? Floodmar, aquifer storage and recharge, a gap analysis. Is there more, do we need to do an analysis of all of the the recycled water in the county and see where the delta is? Do we still have 20% of recycled water that we still need to move over to reuse? You know what I'm saying is that, like, I would love for us to get these passed for any studies we need to solidify kind of not just the water agency's footprint, but the county's water resiliency. If you need to add some things to that list for us to review, I'd love for that to be presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit and then Supervisor Gorin.
Turned it off. I just want to thank staff for the good work. And I know, Grant, you had talked about reopening the restructured agreement And that would be what would have to happen, as I understand it, to address the contractor's water shortage contingency plan in order to affect significant change at the retail level as opposed to the wholesale level. For instance, on lawns and that type of use, because right now that's really the purview of each individual water contractor, not Sonoma Water going forward. I do think regional conjunctive use based on Russian River water availability is one of our primary water strategies. And I know that, Jay, you mentioned just the other day that I believe even in the most severe drought years, there was always Russian River winter flows available. So again, kind of using that data and experience and really coming up with solutions as opposed to words to really try to address the issues that are in front of us. I look forward to that. I think that we understand we have 14 aquifers in this county, partly because of the fault lines that separate them, not that connect them. That's what happens here in Sonoma County. And I know that we have a ton of new information on at least 3 of them and many more that are well with some additional information. And that information will only help us going forward. And I do also want to say thank you for expanding beyond the contractor realm through the Todd Road well, through addressing the North County and understanding the importance of water, not just to our customers, but to the county as a whole. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And thank you for the good work here on this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you so much. And I appreciate all of the comments and questions from my colleagues. I think we're focusing a lot on drought because we are in year 2 of an incredibly critical drought year. And so we are reacting appropriately so to demand hardening strategies. I do recall when Santa Rosa went through this, we did offer cash for grass, Supervisor Gore, and a lot of the constituents, residents in Santa Rosa took advantage of that, ripping out lawns, large parts of lawns, and replanting it with drought-tolerant plants. And I'm seeing a lot more of that this year because we know that grass is water intensive. And I do refer to grass, the green stuff that we walk on, and not that grows in our fields. And so,
policy discussion, Supervisor Gorin.
but that does raise, of course, the other question is the response to drought from agriculture. And yes, there is a call for a moratorium on cannabis during a drought year, but we need to look at what other crops we might consider phasing out or following as we move forward as a response to drought. Ripping out grapevines for a 1-year drought doesn't make a lot of sense, but reading about plowing over, ripping out 50,000 almond trees in the Central Valley may be an appropriate response because they are water intensive and it's only going to get bleaker. So let's look at this holistically, not just about residential conversions, although that may be appropriate, working with our city partners, agricultural conversions where appropriate. And I, as noted by Supervisor Gore, I'm absolutely supportive of a drought conversation because this will be a part of our new normal. And we should have the conversation not just about the restructured agreement and the various water conservation cutback metrics incorporated in that, but individual behaviors, district behaviors, water agency behaviors as a response to drought, and looking at some of the declining aquifers. Certainly, I'm sure that's true in Alexander Valley and the Upper Reach, also true in Sonoma Valley, overdrafting conspicuously, and we will try that through the approval of, or we will look at that through the approval of the groundwater sustainability plan. However, there are opportunities that we discussed long ago about recharging the aquifers, especially those low-level aquifers, by diversion of stormwater. And we know that the rains can come in vigorously, and in all of those tributaries coming down the mountains and entering into Sonoma Creek. And so let's look at that not only for the main stem, but also in Sonoma Valley. And while I'm talking about stormwater, I can't help but thank Susan Hayden for her work over the past years on stormwater issues with Permit Sonoma. She's retiring this week, but she also set the stage for good discussions on how we respond to stormwater flood conditions and take advantage of the excess waters coming down the basins. So hats off to everyone for being the climate leader, I think, in the nation, as this plan demonstrates, but also recognizing what we can do to move ourselves forward in a global conversation regarding adaptive strategies and management for the kind of disasters we have experienced and the climate future for all of us. So thank you, and I'm anxious to get ready.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks, everybody, for a good conversation here this morning. I want to recognize and appreciate, first of all, a tight but comprehensive presentation to start us off. And also the depth and breadth of this plan is really impressive. We've kind of taken all those 400 plus pages and boiled it down to a discussion about drought for the large part this morning, but that is what people are thinking about. And I think it was Supervisor Gore who mentioned more town halls. That may be a good idea to kind of spread the word here. This might be taken care of by a few days or a few weeks of rain, but the fact is that we live with drought in this part of the world, and we're going to be living with it more often in the future. I think we need to be talking about it more often, and winter and summer. So our constituents, the people that we serve, understand that we didn't start thinking about drought this year in late spring. That's kind of the impression that happens because we don't talk about it often enough, I think. So I just want to encourage all of us to be communicating this as a fact of life going into the future, and that we talk about aquifer recharge instead of flood mar, and that we talk about winter water instead of furrow, and that we make this part of the conversation that we have every day. People want to know what we're doing. I get asked all the time about, have you guys ever thought about recharging the aquifers? Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, but I'm just not sure that word is getting out as much as it can and as much as it should. So I know that good work is being done. I want to thank you all for that work. Let's make sure that everybody understands it far and wide.
Good point.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. I want to thank Supervisor Gore for bringing up banning lawns. I would just say amen to that. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like lawns are based upon this New England colonial ideal that works in a humid continental climate, but really has absolutely no place in a Mediterranean climate with dry summers. And I will say that it's amazing the amount of water that ornamental landscaping can take up. Just speaking from personal experience, in Forestville, we only get water bills every other month. So we were sort of comparing like 2-month windows. We can't really track in real time, but we actually saved 50% over last year for the peak summer months, just by honestly letting everything ornamental die. If it wasn't feeding us, it didn't get water. So we watered our fruit trees, our berry trees, kale, all those kinds of things, tomato plants. But we just let everything else go. And, at the end of the day, I think that we need to start thinking of water in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and really like, what are the most essential functions, right? The essential functions are eating, drinking, wastewater, right? I mean, those are the things that we need to cover. And unfortunately, state water law isn't really set up like that. But that doesn't mean that we can't push to change the archaic and arcane way that the state handles water rights. It doesn't mean that we can't implement, potential pilot projects. I know that this came up at our Sigma meeting, our Santa Rosa Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting just last week. And so I would love to follow up, Jay. We talked a little bit about it at that meeting, but on some ideas surrounding these kinds of pilot projects and how we can work with the state to sort of prove that, hey, maybe there are ways of cutting some of those non-essential water uses in order to preserve the more essential uses, as opposed to essentially basing all of our water rights conversations based upon the date at which you obtained water rights, which just doesn't really make sense in a practical or pragmatic or really policy thoughtful kind of a way. I also want to just note that, I think we have an opportunity here to continue to innovate, to continue to sort of, try to be ahead of the curve and try to address these challenges in real time. And I look forward to bringing our city partners on board in that effort, because I think that I've heard actually from a lot of urban water users who are concerned in general about the balance of water, are concerned about the rural issues, and as much as they're concerned about, sort of their own water bill. And so it's been really, I think, heartening to see folks doing exactly what we were talking about. Maybe not cash for grass, although that's very popular out in West County, I will say, but, just sort of proactively, even without being paid, removing their lawns, right? Sort of seeing that almost now as a stigma. If you have a green lawn, that's actually a bad thing, right? In certain neighborhoods, and that folks are really, really changing into more xeriscaping and drought tolerant landscaping, and also fire, resistant landscaping, which we can also have conversations about the nexus between that. But, overall, I just want to say thank you so much to staff for the excellent work on this item, for the thoughtful presentation, and for continuing to innovate and making sure that we are ready to meet our climate reality of the future, which is going to be more floods, more droughts, and more fires. So it's not going to be easy, but I do feel like we have a lot of the tools available, and we just need to continue to push the envelope and continue those great partnerships that we have, not only with our academic institutions, but also the relationships that we hold dearly with our state counterparts, who ultimately have a lot of the regulatory authority over what we do. So any final thoughts from staff on this one before we go ahead and wrap this up? Not hearing any. And actually, I do have one more question, and this is maybe a question for the CAO, which is, we did set aside $350,000 in budget hearings to look at the total maximum daily load implementation. Increasingly, I've been having a lot of conversations with stakeholders who are interested in looking at the bigger question of how can actually wastewater extension to some of our underserved communities potentially also facilitate more drought resiliency. So looking at that tertiary treated wastewater as a resource and sort of trying to kill two birds with one stone, right? Trying to solve two problems at once. And so I'm wondering where we are in bringing that back before the board for a public conversation, and hopefully soon getting a consultant on board who can really lead this conversation going forward. The idea being to take a countywide look at what, our total maximum daily load sort of area of impact is, what solutions and opportunities we might have to bring sewer capacity via pipes or whatever to these areas. And then how can we start looking at that tertiary treated wastewater as an opportunity for resilience, whether that's for agriculture or for renewable energy or for, recharge in the future. So any thoughts on that, CAO Bratton?
Thank you for that question. I do not have a update from my staff, but I will certainly get one and provide that to the board.
Great. And I know that Sonoma Water has that in on some of the meetings that we have had with stakeholders. So I don't know if General Manager Davis, if you have any thoughts on that either. I appreciate your participation in those meetings.
No, I know under your leadership and Director Gore, we have been involved and will continue to be. I know we've got staff that are following this and are looking to help facilitate along with the county on that.
Great. I do think that's a really important tool, not only for improving sort of the health and safety in our communities and meeting the state regulations, but also looking at that as a drought resilience tool going forward. And while it most severely impacts the 4th and 5th districts, because that's sort of the heart of the Russian River watershed, it actually does touch all 5 supervisorial districts in terms of the parcels that are impacted by the state regulation. So look forward to having an update on that. Anything else for the good of the order? Or all right. Thank you so much for the excellent work, Sonoma Water. Really, really appreciate it. And we are going to be taking a 10-minute recess before our next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're ready to resume. And thank you. We should have everybody here. Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. And we actually do have one remaining item. I neglected to take a roll call vote on item 23. So very quickly, I think after the sort of loud praises from all 5 board members, I am guessing this will not be a problem to pass. But Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in a roll call vote on item 23, the Sonoma Water Climate Adaptation Plan.
Absolutely. Thank you. Supervisor Goring.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you very much. And so that will bring us over on to item 24, which is our PG&E settlement funded vegetation management grant program update. And I will be introducing General Manager Misty Arias and Kim Batchelder, our vegetation management coordinator. Take it away.
Thank you very much, President of the Board. Good morning, members of the board as well. It's really fortuitous to have these 2 items together this morning. I think looking at comprehensive approaches to being resilient and adaptive to climate, and then also thinking about, I think our board had a lot of foresight in infusing capital into the community to try to get some upfront efforts going while we do some comprehensive long-term thinking. So kind of exciting to see these 2 things together. So yes, introducing to folks Kim Batchelder, who is our newly appointed vegetation management coordinator, and with me this morning to do a presentation. Before Kim gets going, I just wanted to say a few remarks that we we'll be coming back to the board with partners. We have heard very much from the community and board members that there's a lot of interest in having a comprehensive overview of all the vegetation management efforts that are going on throughout the county with our partners and other agencies and departments. And so we're going to be coordinating an effort to come back before you and have a public discussion about those efforts and how they correlate and work together in an effort to create more clarity in the community. And today, what we're really hoping to do is what we had hoped in looking at these PG&E settlement funds was to think about how we can start really making immediate efforts on the ground. And I think your board likely remembers allocating $8 million initially of the PG&E settlement funds for an immediate grant program. And we did the first phase of that, which Kim is going to talk a little bit more about that. And we've learned a lot. We did that in a quick manner. And then we're preparing to roll out a second phase of that funding and wanted to chat this morning with the board about our approach to that and get your additional thoughts and feedback if you have any, so we can make some modifications before doing public workshops and kicking all of that off. So hoping to get you updated on where we are so far, what we've learned, what we propose in the next few months, and then get your thoughts so that we can make adjustments as needed. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kim for the PowerPoint presentation.
Folks, I am really glad to be here. It's a rainy day, and I think we're all excited about that, to be able to continue on with less of a threat of fire, but that is one of the reasons we are here to talk about this program. So we just wanted to give you a brief description of some of the initial grant projects that have started in June and July. I give you some idea of the next steps that we hope to do in vegetation management, as well as collaboration between public and private partners. And then finally conclude with a number of different funding opportunities that we see in the future. With that, I'd like to just go through a checklist of some of the things that we've been able to accomplish since March, when the board provided us with the infrastructure to be able to create this vegetation management grant program. And so we started with the request for proposals, probably at the end of March and beginning of April. Projects were selected in May, and then the grant agreements and funds were distributed in June at the end of the fiscal year. Hats off to our incredible administration staff who really did a stellar job in being able to pull a lot of those together and get all the details together for that. Funding and environmental compliance support, really was aimed at the various projects along the Russian River that were a high priority, but did not meet environmental compliance. And so we developed a strategy that we presented to the board in July. And then we had a community workshop in August to go through some of the strategies of how we would go about that and what is a Cal Vegetation Treatment Program, or Cal VTP. The new vegetation management coordinator was hired in September 21st. And then the second things out of Missy's mouth were, oh, Kim, we also have to present to this to the board. So be prepared for that. So here we are, providing you with a board update to the grant program specifically right now. And as Misty mentioned, that we will help to give a more comprehensive view about what vegetation management could be doing throughout the county, hopefully in January or April. All right, so starting off, we just wanted to let you know that we had 19 grant agreements that were signed and are being implemented at this point. That leads to about $3.6 million across the county on 19 different projects. And the projects really were pretty comprehensive. I think that you'll see that in this slide that shows of the 8 different thematic areas that the selection committee broke the projects into. This is a good distribution of how those funds were applied. It's interesting to note that the fuel breaks and understory treatment programs, there are 41% of the projects were funded for that reason. 41% of the monies went to those types of projects. Also, defensible space and treatments in burned areas were about 29% of the projects that were funded. And then I thought it was interesting to note that prescribed burns and prescribed grazing was also a unique approach that some of the different grantees had recommended, and they received about 9% of the funding. And so this just kind of gives you an idea of the importance of just kind of the wide range of projects we had. And I think that this is really important for us to think about, in that this grant program will help us to define treatment costs and effectiveness of these treatments across a landscape as diverse as Sonoma County. I think as we start to be able to use some of those federal funds like the BRIC funding and the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funding that FEMA has provided through the leadership of Permit Sonoma, I think this will really give us some good metrics and understanding of the tools that we could use when we think about the effective treatments for larger landscapes. So I just wanted to show you a map of some of the projects that we have funded through this grant program, and kind of highlight some of the projects in different districts. For instance, in District 1, we provided funding for about 5 different vegetation management projects, largely that were affected by the 2017 and 2020 fires. So many people will have the misconception that once a fire goes through, there's nothing left to burn, so we're all safe. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Many of these projects represent that type of a perspective. There's a lot of hazard trees up. There's a heavy fuel load that are still associated with these communities. And so the projects that we're funding in this area really try to address hazard tree removal as well as vegetation management on a fuel load basis. Projects such as Sonoma RCD is trying to work with Upper Mark West and communities that have been burned and help them develop defensible space, as well as an important shaded fuel break along an older fuel break that was established many years ago. Then also the Sonoma Valley Fire Department has developed a chipper program that will help complement the work that is being done countywide by the chipper program that we currently support. And so the Sonoma Valley Fire Department found that they are such a kind of isolated area that having a chipper on within their staff and training their staff to be able to run that chipper would really help to serve many of the communities in that region where fire is a threat and vegetation management is absolutely necessary. In District 3 is a little bit of a unique situation where many of the projects that were funded there are geared for a more county-wide perspective. They're a little bit more geared towards education. In some cases, like Alert Sonoma is really supporting the radio program for communities in low-income areas. Also, vegetation assessments, areas that can be have the threat of fire, but don't have the means to be able to do work such as defensible space. This program is aimed to providing assessments of those fire risks and what steps they can do to either do home hardening or as well as defensible space right in their backyards. I think one of the projects I wanted to highlight in this area was the work that the Resilient Home Hardening Project is doing, where they're really helping to provide training on how to do defensible space, but in a way that is compatible with developing habitat as well, managing not just a landscape that's completely down to bare roots, but in fact, encouraging use of native plants that are fire resistant and drought resistant as well. That was a pretty innovative approach. In District 4 and 5, we have a number of different projects as well. One of the projects I want to highlight here was the Sweetwater Road Mount Jackson project, which is largely a roadside clearance area or clearance project where vegetation is overgrown. It was also burned partially by the Walbridge fire, and so, but still represents a threat. And so they've helped TPW, and TPW has helped them in providing hazard tree removal as well as vegetation treatments along the roadside, so that the landowners in that area and fire and emergency crews can have access to those areas, which represents a really critical fuel break along the ridge along Jackson Road or Sweetwater Road and up to Mount Jackson. So in this case, Circuit Rider is the project sponsor, and they have waited for a chipper for a long time. And so that is one of the issues I wanted to raise, that in some cases, we have 4 projects where requested chippers as part of their budget. And in that case, only one of them have received their chippers so far. And that represents kind of a limitation to what they can do. Circuit Rider has been innovative by working just with hand crews on the state parks land, which was really useful in their time. And they expect to have the chipper by the end of this month, so they can do more aggressive treatments along the road. In the 5th district, we have a number of different, we have 8 different vegetation management projects that have been supported. In this case, there's a number of high priority areas, some of which, such as Fort Ross Road, is a critical ingress and egress for emergency vehicles, as well as escape routes for people who live in that area. The escape routes really became a focal point for many of those community members because the Myers fire really could really threaten some of those homes, and the access routes are so limited. So this was a high priority to be able to fund a project that was able to clear out vegetation along Fort Ross Road. Up around the northwestern part of the county, the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians have received funding to be able to do defensible space on projects they found in their community that are threatened by fire. So I want to just kind of highlight one project in the 1st district. This is along Cavedale Road and Trinity Roads. This is a project that was able to do 10.3 miles of vegetation clearance around along the roadside, those 2 critical escape routes and emergency access routes. Also, they were able to do some clearing around critical infrastructure that will help to firefighting teams to be able to serve the community in that area. This is an area that was burned. This is so there's a lot of hazard trees, and that was part of the mission, was to remove the hazard trees as well as move the ignition point of vegetation right along the road. And so their grant agreement was signed in mid-June, and they were able to complete all their project by the end of August, and provided excellent photo documentation to show how much progress they were able to make. And so now I just wanted to go through some of the next steps. First of all, we wanted to provide greater support to the grantees that have received funding already. provided them with a template in which they could provide a narrative description and a fiscal report of their projects and how successful they have been. We are going to conduct site visits and assessments of the progress each of those grantees have done. I think this is really critical because we really want to use this as a tool to learn from. We understand that this is a quick turnaround on getting the funding out to communities, and there are a lot of different very worthy projects. One of the things that we really want to do is be thoughtful about the next round in order to establish clear criteria and be able to share those criteria with potential applicants so they have an understanding about what we're going to be assessing and then what are some of the critical factors that will help us to select successful projects. But the site visits and assessments after the grantees have completed their work or while they're completing their work is really helpful for us to understand what were some of the barriers or challenges that the grantees ran into, as well as trying to figure out what's the best investment of our funds to be able to do this type of program. And so we have several pending projects that were conditionally approved that did not have environmental compliance prepared at that time. So the board authorized us to use funds to be able to support a California vegetation treatment program where the environmental compliance will be addressed for those projects. We started site assessment, or actually site visits in August, as I mentioned, as well as I'll be heading out to a site visit right after our meeting today to be able to join some of the other partners such as CAL FIRE, Permit Sonoma, and the District 5 staff to be able to work with those community property owners and discuss exactly what would be their project design, how can it be most successful, and then what does the Cal VTP process, how does it roll out, and what is going to be the best scope of work for that for those different projects. Permit Sonoma has provided excellent support to be able to think through what is the best way to address the environmental compliance issue for these projects, and really think about exactly how these communities can be safe and address future threats to their communities. So then we hope to have grant agreements in place as soon as possible once the Cal VTP is completed for some of those communities. In other cases, we're seeing an opportunity to do an NOE if we adjust the project scope in order to address the immediate needs, but also get funding on the ground as soon as possible. So ideally, we want project information for those projects in April. So I just want to kind of give you a sense of where those projects were, largely along the Russian River corridor and some areas that received very high markings as far as their community organization and their ability to address threats, but efficient in that issue about the environmental compliance. So next steps, what the district or Ag and Open Space would like to propose is that we develop a technical advisory committee that would meet in November to discuss exactly what the first grant cycle was all about, what were some of the key learning issues that we were able to come up with, learning moments, as well as what types of criteria would be appropriate for the next round. Then we would propose to have public workshops, largely virtually, but we would also do in person workshops if that is the most effective way to get the word out. Then we would hope to open the request for proposals by January of next year and select and award new grant agreements by April of 2022. And then going further, we hope to have that same technical advisory committee serve as an ability to evaluate the projects that were supported in the second cycle, and then give a full comprehensive update to the Board of Supervisors in April in order to think about exactly how to all these different efforts of funding, how do the federal funded projects ramp up as we are being able to provide funding for projects immediately right now through the PG&E settlement funds. I think it's very important to think about the opportunities for collaboration I've been only on this job since September 21st, so we really haven't had an opportunity to reach out to as many partners as we have. We've had a lot of input already about how the project, how the grant program should run, but I think there's a larger picture here. There's a lot of information that is confusing to the public, and we really want to make that message very crystal clear to the public about how the funding is rolling out, both from this grant program through the PG&E settlement funds, give recommendations to the board about how the remaining funds should be used, as well as how does this project complement the work that Permit Sonoma is doing on these federally funded projects that we mentioned earlier, the BRIC grant, as well as the hazard mitigation grant program. We really appreciate the opportunity to apply new tools such as the CalVTP in order to help grantees become CEQA compliant. And those issues have really been, it's been huge to have Permit Sonoma helping us take the lead on that and working side by side with them. We see Permit Sonoma doing an excellent job of the home hardening and defensible space, where ag and open space can really add value by improving the landscape level type of actions that we can do to help this community become more and more fire resilient and hopefully drought resilient. But we also hope that this program can help to bring back into balance so many years of fire suppression, so that we can think of the healthy landscape as one of our critical values that we're bringing to the program. With some of the other groups that we really hope to work with, that was an excellent presentation by Sonoma Water on the types of natural systems adaptation that is going on throughout. And we hope to support their decision structure or their decision support framework. Also, the University of California Cooperative Extension also has a point person for vegetation management. We'd like to work collaboratively with them as well. Supervisor Gorham, would you like to ask a question now? Okay. And so just wrapping up, I just wanted to highlight some of the potential funding sources that can support this work. $25 million is helping us get a start on vegetation management, but I think there's so much more that we could continue to add value to, leverage funding sources that the state is currently promoting. There were several bills that were supported at the end of September, signed into effect by Governor Newsom, and we hope to be able to work with the CAO and their policy and legislative branch to be able to identify Sonoma County as one of those critical sources which are already ahead of the game in organizing these vegetation management treatments throughout the county, but continuing to broaden them and make a bigger and bigger impact. And then we totally respect what Permit Sonoma has done with attracting FEMA grants to this area. It's going to take a while to ramp up, but we want to have clear messaging on how that work is going to happen collaboratively amongst the different agencies here in Sonoma County. So with that, I'd like to pass over the word to Ms. T. Arias to close and provide any opportunity for questions.
Thank you so much, Kim. So just this morning, we were hoping to hear your thoughts about proposed next steps in the program and the timeframes we are looking to, as you can probably see, allow applicants more time. We did hear pretty clear feedback on the turnaround was really quick, which was intentional last time, to get the funding on the ground pre-fire season. So trying to give applicants a little more time, and then also have more of a dialogue with you board members about recommendations of projects. So we'd be coming back to the board for you to actually approve and accept the recommended awardees into the program for the next cycle. And then just wanted to highlight that the last time we came back to the board with a recommendation about the conditionally approved projects, the board also suggested and agreed to increase the amount of funding. And our understanding is by the amount that was to be allocated potentially to those projects, which is $3 million. And so any additional thoughts on that, we are happy to hear, and also happy to answer questions that you may have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Misty. And I will go ahead and bring it back to the board for both questions as well as comments, because this is an informational item. So Supervisor Gorin, would you like to lean in?
Thank you so much. Great presentation. And I also thank you for the briefings to the board members before this. It allowed me to ask some of the questions, which I may repeat here. Congratulations, Kim, I think. Welcome aboard. We wanted you a year ago, but we're glad you're here now. And why isn't all of this information on the website now? Oh, wait, just kidding. I do think that that is one of the major tasks ahead of us, is to put all of this information, perhaps this PowerPoint presentation, on the website, directing folks to specific information and maybe timelines, deadlines about future grant requests. I appreciate everybody working so hard to get the funding out the door quickly in the last grant cycle. And I'm grateful that we can use the PG&E funds and all of the other funds to benefit the county-wide effort, because we are all vulnerable to fires. So the first question that I have, Kim, you had talked about assessment site visits to look to see about the completion of the projects. Great. Are we scheduling longer term assessments of the projects just to see what is happening to the landscapes after 3 to 5 years, to help us understand whether or not they were effective, and how long or what kind of interval might be between each vegetation reduction application should be considered?
That's a great question. And I think that was one of the things I mentioned, the importance of site visits and having a collaborative relationship with each one of these grantees. We really tried to get these grants on the ground as soon as possible. So I think that's one of the challenges of the Technical Advisory Committee, is to really think thoughtfully about intervals of monitoring these projects and seeing how effective the treatment has been. My desire, and I've shared this with Misty, is that we continue to get more complex and comprehensive approaches to our vegetation treatments. This first round, I think, really focused on projects that were either existing, had some infrastructure, had some credibility on the ground to be able to do projects immediately on the ground. We're CEQA compliant. That was a big factor. And those projects are very effective in being able to address immediate threat to community today. With rainfall today and this week, that's also going to help reduce the threat. But I think we need to evaluate these treatments to see which of these treatments are going to be most effective. And that's why I really like the idea of us being able to fund a great diversity of projects in order to see which of these projects are really being effective, how much community participation is there. CAL FIRE plays a critical role to this, is being able to help us identify the most critical sites to be able to work, as well as the most effective treatment. So we really want to have that collaborative effort, and I think we're just trying to ramp that up right now.
I have a number of folks around the county who submitted applications for grant funding and were denied for one reason or another. You have said that maybe in December or January, have some public meetings to really help them understand what we're looking for. But how am I supposed to respond to communities who are just forming fire safe councils interested in potential grant funding, and responding to those communities like Bennett Ridge that submitted 5 proposals, and I think none of them were funded? So how can you help each supervisor help the community be proactive?
I think that's the message that we would like to share in December through the public workshops, to really have that face-to-face opportunity to explain, here's what the criteria are. This is really the types of projects we're looking at and trying to support. And then you had a good suggestion in our meetings last week where we provide a quick summary of each project so that the board has a sense of what projects are being applied for and see which ones you really want to put your support to. But nevertheless, I think it's important to have clear criteria, and professionals, forest ecologists, people who have understanding of how ecosystems function, that we have that nice blend of addressing fire threat as well as creating a healthy landscape so that we can consider this moment of time that we're helping to resolve some of the issues such as fire suppression for so many years. How do we address those issues so that the landscape is healthier and that we can help address the fire resilience as part of our strategy?
Quickly, what are the Cal VTP projects? Do you have a list? Can you forward them to the supervisors? And then a follow-up question, how do we know what areas or what projects actually need CEQA work?
So that's that's one of the things that we certainly address in the public workshops. One of the things that we've noticed is that many different groups try to use the notice of exemption as a CEQA to show that they were compliant with the CEQA. In many of the cases where the projects were denied, the impact of treatments was not considered exempt. And so that is definitely one thing that we'd really like to address and be very clear in our messaging about what does it take to have a healthy project that will be funded. As far as the Cal VTP projects, there's 7 different projects in the Russian River corridor were the ones that we identified as a Cal VTP ready. But now that Permit Sonoma and I have been discussing the project design for those different projects, we see there's some opportunities to not do complete Cal VTP on certain areas and be able to rely on a notice of exemption for projects that if we adjust their project proposals. And so I think that is one of the things that I like to address with the support of the Technical Advisory Committee is if we can have maybe a bifurcated process where projects that have a notice of exemption that can be effective and really make a difference on our the public safety and the healthy landscape could go into one category and be accepted right away. Projects that need more nurturing and kind of moving down a path, that's another strategy that we could try to apply. It's going to take a little bit of organization and be clear about the messaging about what projects will qualify for what type of track. But I think that's something that we'd like to present to the board as an option for the next round of grants.
Well, I know the projects in the Russian River and grateful for the work on the CEQA work, but there are probably a lot of other projects in the other parts of the county that need the same consideration. So we need to figure out a mechanism for that to happen. And I guess my last question is regarding sustainability of funding. And I recently, and you recently had occasion to talk with the Marin Wildfire Authority with sustainable funding each year that funded quite an array of projects and sustained effort on home inspections. And I would want to hear, not necessarily from you, but from our fire services ad hoc about the status of the fire services potential measure. Is that going to be enough to give us sustainable funding for vegetation management? Because at some point, these grant sources will dry up and we will still have a need for vegetation management. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Abbott, would you like to tackle the question about the fire sales tax measure, or CAO Bratton?
I think it's safe to say that we're still in conversations. The expenditure plan hasn't been finalized. The percentages that we've been talking about have been somewhere in the, say, 25 to maybe 35% range. Is that safe? Depending on how you also define vegetation management. So stay tuned as we continue down this path. The good thing here is that as opposed to the PG&E settlement dollars, which are wonderful, they're one time. And obviously with a measure, it's really important to kind of understand the ongoing needs and how we can maintain hopefully the work that PG&E dollars can start, and then we can augment along the way. Is it safe to give you my colleague?
Yeah, no, I think that's a very accurate summary. And I will just add that we have spent a lot of time working with the Fire Services Working Group, but we are just really kicking off the process of engaging a broader set of stakeholders, including the environmental community, the broader labor community, the business community, agriculture, all of those sort of traditional stakeholders. And I think that that will also inform our process going forward. In addition to that, we are also about to launch sort of the survey to try to gather some polling results and some feedback from constituents. And so that can also inform the development of the plan. Anything to add, CAO Bratton?
No, I believe you both covered it.
Other than
And
how much you love spending time with the fire services ad hoc?
Just one more suggestion, outreach to the fire safe councils. I'm concerned that their needs will not be met unless this fire measure meets their needs. So thanks.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Gore, and we can certainly add them to our list of stakeholders. Who would like to jump in? Supervisor Gore?
Nothing I love more than comments and questions at the same time, Chair. So I'll keep this one quick because we could go in a lot of directions. I really like the active projects that we've done this year. I know that we need to come back next year and have the discussion about what the full CLE report offered up and then what we want to go after. CLE, for anybody who's listening, Center for Law and the Environment and Energy at Berkeley, right? That did this report. There's a lot of things in that report that I support, but I don't know if it's through this funding per se. There was a lot of stuff about a whole allocation for governance, but governance might be something better established with a tax measure or with some kind of a risk reduction authority that works in it with partial taxes and others. There was another part about LIDAR, but we also have a big LIDAR effort going to get funding and grant funding for the entire North Coast from Sonoma all the way up with the support of Ag and Open Space, but through the North Coast Resource Partnership. And then there was a lot of other things that were not as much active projects. And I personally have just loved seeing not just what you put on the map, but what I've seen in the community. So I think the real key is I'm just going to state from my perspective, I think when we come back next year is I'm going to really want to focus not only on the timeline for us, I'd love for us to get an idea of what are the active projects that are going to be doing work once the rain stops, if it ever starts. And we move really into active vegetation management work with this $4 to $8 million that's already allocated, right? So some of it already really put out, some of it needing environmental review, but what are we doing this year in 2022, God forbid? Wow, that's crazy to say. Once it hits April and May and all the veg management, the prescribed fire, the other work is going to be out there in our community. So whether that's at a board meeting or whether we're doing something that's more focused on a community workshop, I would love for you all to consider coming back to us and setting something like Misty, maybe even in your work plan for the coming year. That's like in that March or April timeframe that really showcases what we're doing. And if there's anything that we need to put some more money towards when you come back to us. So let me talk about some things that I think we still have to put money towards and where I would be advocating to my fellow board members and them bringing other things to the table, but especially continued work around cities and communities of interest. I'll give you an example is at Cloverdale, we did something out of our office this year. I actually used some of our office funds to the tune of about $15,000 and hired 10 days of supervised adult crews to go up and work with Russian Riverkeeper, with the city of Cloverdale, and through my office, Jen Mendoza and my staff, to do heavy veg management work with Riverkeeper that was with permits and everything done right on the Cloverdale River Parkway. And so Kim and Misty, I'd love for you guys to get up there and see what we've done. This was just hey, this is an area where we have heavy homeless encampments. We've had 11 fires this year down in that area. It's the main connector between the mountains and the city. Let's just go in and attack it. So some of this stuff, I'd really like, you guys to, I don't know how much you have, but you ladies and gentlemen, getting out there on the, and talking with these folks about the project so that you don't just look at them from the side of what are the applications in writing, but you go and you see what that is. So I'd encourage you to, Kim, I'd love to invite you up to my district and we take a day with Misty and we drive and go meet with everybody who we funded a project through and all the other ancillary projects that are out there. And we just go through, and then we think about how do we message the stuff that we're already doing and the other stuff that needs to come online. So I'm sure same thing for other districts, but that's just kind of what I would really want to be a part of this year. And I don't really have any questions outside of that. I don't want to direct it. I just think when we get to this board discussion, Misty, you'll have to figure out with us and the county administrator when you want to bring this back in the new year. And do we add anything to it that's really important for this year that we haven't done yet? Like I'm talking about kind of a different kind of community separator, right? And then also this idea about how we really launch the dramatic work that's going to be done this coming year, and get into the community and really showcase that and learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks, and thanks for this update. Over the past couple of years, there's been something of a debate about vegetation management, about whether it should be done from the forest in or from the structures out. And I wonder if you can talk about whether this program has a particular philosophy on that. I suspect that the projects that we have going involve both the in and out strategy, but is the evaluation that will come from this, will we be trying to decide whether there's one better way, or are we just acknowledging that it needs to be done both ways? Can you just kind of address that tug and pull that's going on that?
Yeah, I can start, or Kim, do you want? I couldn't tell. I'm happy to, and then you can add anything you might have. This is, it's an incredibly challenging time because we're trying to take action on the ground and make ourselves safer, right? And encourage, like Kim mentioned, healthy, balanced ecological systems. Trying to take immediate action, but be thoughtful about the long-term implications. And so I think the question you're asking is really valuable. And I think there'll be some evolution as to this particular program with direction from your board as we learn as we go. I keep hearing from folks who are experts in fire safety and in vegetation management that there are lots of existing funding sources, and the state of California is building those sources for the kind of home out approach, looking at defensible space, and there are adopted standards for that scape, that area that we are looking at. And I think what we're hoping to encourage is that Ag and Open Space is leading an effort to look more comprehensively at natural systems and the health of those systems and how we can manage vegetation and habitat types so that they are naturally less of a hazard in case of fire and more resilient to climate change, flood, fire, and all kinds of extreme events. I'm looking at it more from a balance of ecological function and fire risk, and that is one piece of a much more complicated puzzle of how we as a community are going to ensure our safety when it comes specifically to fire and vegetation. And that's why we are hoping to talk with our other agencies and partners and fire experts, which I keep sharing, I am not the fire expert, about the kind of variety of all those approaches. Which ones should we be investing in, when, and how much and percentage of our resources for those? And I think what Kim was suggesting and Supervisor Gorin asked earlier about our learning from some of these prescriptions on the ground. Other fire experts have been doing that for years, and there are all kinds of protocols being developed in similar areas that have similar vegetation and habitat types that we can learn from, and we're trying to build upon that so that we can do a better job providing recommendations and then hearing your feedback and then adapting as we learn.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think that's absolutely right, that we really look, we are not fire experts, we are not home hardening experts or defensible space, but we really want to work closely with folks like Permit Sonoma who do have that area of expertise, as well as the fire professionals. One of the things I think is critical for us to be able to learn is there are not a specific treatments that are going to be the golden ticket to safety, but we can do only our best to be able to apply these on the ground and learn as much as we can as we go through a series of different types of vegetation management. Some of the more unique approaches I mentioned in the first couple of slides is the prescribed grazing, the use of prescribed fire. All of these tools are helping us to reduce the amount of fuel that on our schedule and not on nature's schedule. But we understand there's a balance there and things are not in balance. And I think that's one of the objectives that Ag and Open Space really want to try to do is to try to move towards a more balanced ecosystem, as well as absolutely trying to protect the safety of these communities.
I'm wondering about evaluating these projects once they're done. Clearly, the best project prevents a fire, but you know, it's like the TSA. Success never gets noticed.
Right.
Only failure gets noticed. So, does success on these projects basically just mean that they've accomplished what they said they were going to accomplish? This much, dead standing trees were removed. This much grass was grazed.
I think there's a lot of metrics we can use. I really want to depend on the technical advisory committee to help me and us think about exactly what are those best metrics. I think some of the other elements of success are how much is the community participating in this? And it should not just be a handout, but it should be a collaborative effort to try to make your own home safe. And so that takes work. And I think seeing community participation is also a successful indicator about how where this project is going.
Can I just add that I think that we'll have metrics for ensuring that funding was spent appropriately, that they have met the obligations, of the agreement. That's one thing. And then we should be collectively looking at metrics that are, more in the scale of what is most effective in these approaches. And then we can use those metrics to modify criteria moving forward.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. I just wanted to mention that I believe it was about $500,000 that we used from this to partner with the Santa Rosa Junior College on a vegetation management training program. Had an opportunity to go up to Schoen Farm, visit that program a couple of weeks ago. This is people who are, making some kind of mid-career decisions to be outside and work on projects that make a difference for the community. Some inspiring stories there. But these folks are, they're not only learning how to use a chainsaw, but they're understanding what a shaded fuel break looks like. They are, learning about creating defensible space, and they're getting these skills that are really important and needed out there. Kim, you were talking about the shortage of chippers.
Yeah.
I would imagine that there's also a shortage of people to do this work. The folks who run the program at the JC say that PG&E is already sniffing around wanting to snap these people up as soon as they are trained and have certificates. So I think it's really valuable opportunity for good jobs doing good work in the community. Thanks, everybody.
That's a great observation.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
I appreciate the work very much. And as we talked about the other day, my overall concern being from the South County and having a different fire hazard area is to continue to work collaboratively, strategically, to make sure that these projects going forward are tied together in a string that really makes a significant difference and really kind of, pushes those dollars even further than this specific project itself. I think as we look through the entire county and as we gather more information, we understand the different fire hazards that exist in those areas from whether it's from historic fire patterns that we know of. And then I think the conversations with our firefighters and CAL FIRE has been a great partner, I know. Kind of what level of fire are we actually trying to affect and how are we trying to affect it? That night in 2017, the best of vegetation management probably was not going to have a huge effect. And it doesn't mean that it wouldn't have positive, a positive effect by having giving firefighters some space or a place to actually go and attack, but really trying to understand that. Because I think, again, I look at my own district, we could have some pretty wicked grass fires. We've had a few in the past couple of years and we'll undoubtedly have more. So that, then we're talking about more roadside vegetation mowing and those kind of things. So look forward to that continuing discussion that we're having and really have this be this kind of landscape scale, Kim, as you mentioned, approach that really is tied together strategically to really get the biggest bang for the buck. Because while we think we have a lot of dollars for vegetation management, it's a very big county and can get very expensive very quickly. So I do appreciate the work and look forward to continuing down this road.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Abbott. And I will just add my gratitude to the gratitude that my colleagues have already shared. This is such critical work. And I really appreciate staff diving in. And my understanding is there are actually some site visits that are being conducted right now during the meeting, going out and boots on the ground, working with community members. And I really appreciate your willingness to roll up your sleeves and get out there and work with the community, because that's what it takes. There's so much anxiety and fear in the communities, right? They want to do something and yet they often don't know exactly what to do. And so the technical assistance that's being provided, as well as the CEQA support for the Lower Russian River communities in the Bohemian Corridor, is absolutely critical. And I really do hope that we can offer that support countywide to other under-resourced communities who know that they want to try to save their towns, but they just don't know quite exactly where that shaded fuel break should go. I also want to commend you for your work on forming a technical advisory committee and working closely with CAL FIRE, because at the end of the day, I really believe that we need to leverage that subject matter expertise, and make sure that we're actually creating the battlefield that someone like CAL FIRE Chief Ben Nichols wants to see, right? And not kind of doing our own interpretation of what we think is right. We need to work with the experts who are actually going to be the ones who are making those incident command decisions on how to try to save our towns. And so I really appreciate that we are taking a landscape in approach, but we also have other programs going forward that are taking that home outward approach, right? We have the BRIC grant. We work with Permit Sonoma on a number of initiatives. And I think that it's really critical to do both. It's really, you can't, I know that some folks kind of want to choose, this or there are advocates on both sides, I think. But I really do think that what's unique in what we're doing is taking both of those approaches and trying to move forward simultaneously on both of them. And I will just also add my support for the ridge-top shaded fuel break model, because I think that that is kind of a neat hybrid between the home out and the landscape in. We're kind of looking at community out, of how can we actually paint lines around densely populated communities and then work from the home outward up to that line, right? To ensure that we're really minimizing any opportunity for a fire to take root inside the community, past that shaded fuel break. So thank you all so much for your work, and thank you to my colleagues for their excellent insights and questions as well. Are there any final comments from my colleagues on the board? Any final thoughts? Supervisor Gore.
I just wanted to acknowledge that Supervisor Rabbit brought this up too, is the money that we set aside this year for the work that's currently ongoing with the eucalyptus trees, and then in the other districts, the stuff that we're looking at. And so I just want to let Misty and Kim know also there's about $100,000 per district that's going into those. So reach out to and those are being managed underneath Transportation and Public Works with Johannes Huberts. So it would be good to touch base, because we'll be having a side conversation with them. Like, for instance, I think we're going to continue to focus on the work that we're doing on like Cloverdale River Park. That's like these kind of, I'm using vegetation separators, like from areas. So things that are hard to fund as a part of a bigger, larger project, but something that you can just focus on as a discrete win. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Any other final comments from my colleagues or questions? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open it up to in-person comments from anyone who wishes to speak in the chambers. And we do have one member of the public who wishes to address us in person.
Victoria Yanez, and I'm very honored to be here today to comment on this subject. Because for one, I think that we have an advantage in being on the El Camino Real and having a mission, Sonoma, here in our area. And just like Arizona does, they promote their history and indigeneity in their public works. I think that if we had living nopal, or commonly known as prickly pear cactus fences, that would be very good for our image and also along the freeway. And then this way, since it's a one-time funding source deal, the plants will grow on their own after the initial funding and they won't require water. But I really liked a couple of the supervisors' comments about collaboration and making the most of this funds with the obligations that the county already has, such as housing people, so that I like the comments about including the homeless in possibly participating in the street crews that are planting these succulents or whatever drought tolerant plants are being planted. The Steamers Landing group has had an extension to their restraining order against the police moving them.
Thank you very much, Victoria. That does conclude your 2 minutes.
Yeah, and they really want jobs. Thank you.
Appreciate you participating. Thanks so much for sticking around. Any other members of the public who wish to speak in person? Seeing none, I will go ahead and hand it back to our clerk team to accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you.
It looks like Karen's got it.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Could you please remind me of the amount of time?
2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, okay. For Zoom attendees, if you would like to comment on item number 24, please raise your hand or press *9 if you have phoned in. Chair Hopkins, there are no hands at this time.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back to the board for any final comments, and also just to ask the Ag Preservation and Open Space District staff if you feel like you've gotten sufficient direction. Oh, I see Supervisor Gorin has a few thoughts.
Unmute here. Thank you so much, Chair and members of the Ag and Open Space District. So grateful for your work and focus on collaboration and outreach to the community. I also want to thank you for highlighting the work of the great folks at the Fire Safe Council of Cadale and Trinity. This area has been scorched over probably every 5 to 10 years. So they are at old hands at preparing for fires, and yet still the flames come shooting over that ridge with regularity. So I guess the question that I will have is, how do we spread the word about the efforts of our fire safe councils more broadly? Can we use some of this funding to support Fire Safe Sonoma and the work that they do to really activate citizen activists? And thank you, Supervisor Gore, for highlighting the work of the community up there. Absolutely important. And so I just want to know how we can build on these efforts to incorporate the efforts of many more community volunteers, Fire Safe Councils, Youth Ecology Corps, Conservation Corps as we move forward.
I just I'm also involved in the implementation plan for the county strategic plan on climate in the climate pillar. And one of the specific objectives is community outreach and education. And I think that so in our implementation plan, which you will see very soon, we are highlighting how county departments are going to work collaboratively to put together messaging materials and try to have them accessible and shareable and create links. And I think including the fire safe organizations is a really good suggestion. So I made note of that.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of your work. I'm excited to be working with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Any last comments from other members of the board? General Manager Arias, do you have sort of everything that you need in terms of direction from the board to move forward with this program?
Yes, I think so. I definitely was super appreciative to hear your additional thoughts because I think it's going to help Kim and I evolve, bring back recommendations to you to revolve the program moving forward. But we have the ability to kick off this next round of funding, which was the most time sensitive, critical component. So we're thankful for that. And we'll be back to you soon so you can see some recommended projects.
Thank you so much for your work. And there is no vote on this item. It's an informational item only. So with that, thank you so much for your work. And we will maybe take a brief break before our next item. So just maybe 5-10 minutes, brief bio break, and then we'll be back.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We can please take down the slide. Thank you. And sure. Nearly. We should be ready now. Sorry about that.
Great, perfect. Thank you. So with that, we will be moving on to item 25, which is our COVID-19 emergency response update. And we will be joined today by our interim director of health services, Tina Rivera, health officer, Dr. Mace, and Dr. Shende, Kate Peck, and Paul Gullickson.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We're here to provide you with our COVID-19 emergency response strategy update. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Mace, who will begin our presentation.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and the board for having us present today an update on the COVID-19 situation. Let me pull up my slides. Okay, can you all see that okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So today we will go over sort of the overall trends, where we are in terms of case rates, some of the specifics such as school cases, then we'll discuss an update in our vaccination status, discuss some communication materials, and then we'll go over the Abajo or Bay Area health officers' criteria for rescinding or repealing the indoor mask mandate that we've come up with. So let me start by saying that right now our cases are down. Our metrics are better than they have been in the past 2 to 3 months. We're at 9 new cases per 100,000 residents per day, with a 2% overall test positivity and a 2% test positivity in our lowest HPI quartile. The COVID-19 hospitalizations are also starting to decline. And we usually see that about 3 weeks after our case rates start to decline. Currently, we have 19 hospitalized. 83 people have died from COVID-19 since July 1st. And as you can see from this graph, we had, again, the huge surge that we saw a few months back, and we're on our decline and hopefully headed in the right direction from here on out. By vaccination status, still, we had the same discrepancy between case rates in the unvaccinated in the orange and the case rates in the vaccinated in the blue, with currently our unvaccinated case rate of 17.4 new cases per 100,000 per day, and case rate in the fully vaccinated is about 4.6 new cases per 100,000 per day. All along, we've been seeing about a 4 to 5-fold difference between the case rate in vaccinated versus unvaccinated. We still are seeing the same case rate trends by racial and ethnic group in the past 60 days. You can see the Pacific Islander group has the highest case rate, followed by American Indian, Alaskan Native, Black, African American, the Latinx, white, Asian, and multiracial. And again, to note, these are case rates per 100,000 population. And so the population of these groups, the top 3 groups, is very low in our county, which is why the case rates seem very high, even as a handful of cases in this group gives a higher case rate. And if you look at trends by city, we are seeing a decline all throughout Sonoma County. The greatest number of cases are still occurring in Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Roanoke Park, and Sonoma. But relative to the population size, the rate of new cases per 100,000 is highest in Sonoma, Sebastopol, and Cloverdale. But all of our cities are seeing at least a flattening, if not a downward trend in cases. We are still doing a lot of tests per day. I know there was a time about a month or 2 ago where it seemed like it was difficult to get a test. However, as you can see, we're doing more testing in some cases than we were at the peak of the surge back in December and January. Testing has decreased, however, among all race, ethnicities, age categories. because there isn't as much demand now that our case rates are low. We are conducting an average 564 tests, 100,000 residents per day. That's a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. Our source of infection has always been highest in household transmission. As we know, COVID easily transmits from person to person in indoor settings where people spend a lot of time together. So household remains the most common source of transmission, followed by gatherings and then workplace transmission. And we still have a little bit over 50% of the population that aren't really telling us what their source of infection are. The fall COVID-19 school cases are as follows. Since opening for fall instruction, there have been 632 school-related cases. The majority are occurring in the elementary schools, as you might think, because these are kids that are unvaccinated, because they don't have the opportunity to get vaccinated yet. 147 high school cases, 118 middle school cases, and less than 5 cases in special ed schools. There have been predominantly cases among students, 569 cases, with 63 staff cases. And 67 of these cases were confirmed to have occurred due to on-campus transmission from person to person. I'm going to turn this over actually to Kate Pack to discuss our new dashboard page. Kate?
Hi. So as of last week, we did stand up a new dashboard page on our cases dashboard that tracks cases among students from transitional kindergarten through 12th grade, student and staff cases. And this is updated daily or near daily as new cases come in, and also provides more breakdowns of the cases that we're seeing in schools in terms of rates of student cases per 100,000 population, as well as breakdowns by geography, and looking at the student cases and staff cases by whether or not they were vaccinated, partially vaccinated, or unvaccinated. And that's among the vaccine eligible population, so students 12 plus. But you can find that page if you go to our cases dashboard, and then it's one of the sub pages within that.
Sorry, I was muted there. Great, thank you so much. This is a really valuable resource. I advise that if you're interested in the school cases that you visit this new dashboard page. So if you take a look at COVID hospitalization rates by vaccination status, you'll see that the same difference that we see amongst case rates is actually even more accentuated here. Unvaccinated persons are hospitalized at a much higher rate compared to those who are fully vaccinated. As you can see here, the difference between the orange versus kind of the black or dark line here is much greater even than the difference that we saw in our case rates. There's unvaccinated persons are 7 times more likely to be hospitalized than unvaccinated overall. Unvaccinated persons are 7 times more frequently to be hospitalized than vaccinated persons overall. And during the peak of our Delta surge, they were up to 14 times more frequently hospitalized than vaccinated persons. And that same difference or increased risk occurs in death as well. This is not a graph form, but you can see here that here in Sonoma County, unvaccinated individuals were over 30 times more likely to die from COVID-19 than vaccinated individuals when adjusting for age. And if you take a look at the younger group, the 16 to 44-year-old age group, the unvaccinated death rate is 29.5 deaths per 100,000 compared to 0 deaths per 100,000 among vaccinated individuals. So what this tells us is, especially in the younger age group that largely don't have underlying medical conditions or other risk factors, if you're vaccinated, you're very well protected from the ill effects, specifically the worst outcome, death from COVID-19. You may get COVID and you may have symptoms and you may even get hospitalized. However, the likelihood of death, as you can see here from our data here in Sonoma County, is 0. However, in the 65 plus age group, the difference is still there, but we are seeing some deaths in the vaccinated individuals. So the difference grows to a rate of over 570 deaths per 100,000 among unvaccinated individuals as compared to 22 deaths per 100,000 among the vaccinated. So what this means is even in the older age group, and especially I should say in the older age group, vaccination is very, very effective at preventing the bad outcomes, hospitalization and death. However, because some of these folks have underlying conditions, significant immunocompromising conditions, we've seen a few deaths amongst people who are fully vaccinated. But still, the majority of deaths are occurring amongst the unvaccinated population. I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Shende, our vaccine chief, to discuss vaccine administration.
Thank you, Dr. Mace. So as of today, actually, as of yesterday, we have administered 715,937 doses, and that brings us to 78% of our eligible population that's fully vaccinated, with an additional 7% who've received at least one dose. So a total of 85% of our population is at least partially vaccinated. We've made great progress. However, we see that this 15% number is still significant. Even though it's only 15%, we should keep in mind that of our eligible population of about 411,000, that translates to about 61,000 people who still are susceptible to COVID-19. So we strongly encourage people to get vaccinated, especially in light of the information that Dr. Mace just presented about the difference between outcomes in those who are vaccinated and those who are not. We find that we are continuing to increase in our fully vaccinated proportion by about 1% every 10 to 14 days. So in the next couple of weeks, hopefully we will reach that 80% fully vaccinated rate. So this graph shows our velocity of vaccination in different age groups. As we can see, the youngest age group of 12 to 15 has the highest increase in vaccination rate, but we continue to see significant improvement in all of these age groups, particularly in the age group less than 45 years of age. This is really important because that's what's necessary for reducing transmission in our community, as well as reducing morbidity and mortality, as mentioned by Dr. Mace. So we're happy to see that there continues to be progress. It's slow but steady. Next slide, please. So in terms of our ethnic and demographic vaccination administration, a smaller proportion of Latinx, American Indian, Alaskan Native, and multiracial residents are fully vaccinated compared to residents of other racial and ethnic groups. However, we continue to reach out to these groups in many different formats, through pop-up events, through extensive collaboration with our community-based organizations and with our community health workers, as well as in our 2 fixed sites that continue to operate at Roseland Community Center, as well as Rohnert Park OptumServe site. And we will continue our efforts to try and reach these populations to bring parity with the other higher vaccinated populations. Next slide, please. So this slide shows that currently 26% of doses have been administered to residents in the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index, in which residents have access to the fewest resources. 26% in quartile 1 versus 27% in quartile 4. This points to a significant improvement in our ability to equitably distribute vaccines. 81% of these of residents in this quartile, in quartile 1, are at least partially vaccinated, if you look at this graph on the right. And that compares to 85% of those in quartile 4. So at this point, we have about a 6% difference. And that discrepancy had been significantly more, at least twice as much in the early part of our vaccine rollout. So we've made significant progress. But again, we continue to reach out and try to narrow that disparity. I'd like to give credit to community-based organizations, community input, community health workers, our equity task force, as well as our equity team for all their efforts in reducing these disparities and really trying to reach our most vulnerable populations. So next slide, please. So in terms of booster, as many have heard, I mean, of course, our primary objective is to reach those who have not yet received their first or second dose of vaccine. So if one has not, we strongly encourage you to do so. Our local unvaccinated residents are 7 times more likely to be hospitalized and over 30 times more likely to die than fully vaccinated residents with COVID-19. Since June, there's been a concerning increase in those who are younger, in unvaccinated individuals who are under the age of 45. The average age of death of unvaccinated residents is 60 years, compared to 77 years amongst fully vaccinated. It's now becoming a very preventable disease. Vaccination is safe, it's very effective, and we hope that people will continue to seek out vaccination to improve the health of our community. In terms of boosters, boosters are widely available now, and they're recommended for all adults who are age 65 and up. And we really strongly encourage this age group to receive their booster, because we do sometimes see that their immune systems do not maintain or do not mount as robust of an immune response. So a booster would be quite protective against the worst outcomes of COVID in this age group, as well as for those who are 50 to 64 with chronic or comorbid conditions. This also applies to younger adults with comorbid conditions, including diabetes, obesity, and heart conditions. So there's a lot of information about boosters coming out this week. The CDC is expected to meet tomorrow and on Thursday to discuss approval for boosters for Moderna, as well as for the J&J vaccine, as well as the ability to mix and match if one received their initial dose with one vaccine to be able to receive a booster with either Moderna or J&J. So we'll have more information on that by the end of this week, but it's looking like there will be more options coming up. Before we go on to the next slide, I would like to also discuss pediatric vaccines, which I know there's a lot of questions about out there. And at this point, FDA is planning to meet on October 26th to discuss the data, the Pfizer data on pediatric vaccines for age group 5 to 11. After that, the CDC and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet on November 2nd and 3rd to further discuss and to approve. So the earliest that the vaccine will be approved would be roughly November 3rd, more likely roughly November 4th or 5th. And this, of course, depends on whether the data shows that the vaccine is indeed safe and effective. It's important to note that the dose is 1/3 the dose that's currently available. And studies so far seem to show that this lower dose leads to less side effects, but yet continues to be extremely effective in producing adequate antibody levels. But the side effect profile and the uptake of the vaccine seems to be quite effective. Also of note, the vials are completely different than those for the older population. So that is going to further increase safety in terms of vaccine administration. The vaccine will be shipped out. We just found out last night that the vaccine will be shipped and will be available in counties in California as of roughly November 1st or 2nd, and the supply seems to be plentiful. So that should not be a rate limiting factor in our vaccine efforts. The county is actively partnering with SCO, as well as with federally qualified health centers, as well as with Fox Home Nursing, to set up clinics at schools to reach those who, those communities that have been most impacted by COVID-19. We will have roughly 4 clinics on a weekly basis at least 13 different school sites, starting in the month of November and continuing through November, December, and January. This will help to extend the availability of the vaccine. We do encourage people to seek the vaccine from their primary care providers, but this will allow for additional distribution of vaccine throughout the community. We will also have question and answer sessions for parents to answer their questions and allay concerns about the vaccine in small group, as well as in large webinar type of formats. And these will also occur throughout the months of October, November, and December. So with that, I'll hand it off to Paul Gullickson, who'll talk about our communications and outreach aspects of the vaccine rollout program. Paul?
Thank you, Dr. Shende, and good morning. Paul Gullickson, Communications Manager. Just want you to know that we have been working closely with our county health team and our equity team, as well as all of our community partners in preparing for our messaging to the community concerning these all-important pediatric vaccines. Our goal is threefold. First, it's to give residents a clear idea, even before these vaccines receive FDA approval, which we expect, and as Dr. Shende mentioned, in early November. We want them to get a clear idea of where parents will be able to get their children ages 5 to 11 vaccinated. and to let them know that they will have options for these free vaccinations, including at school-based clinics and local pharmacies, but that their best choice is to go through their primary care physicians or MCEs such as Sutter, Kaiser, or Providence. Second, we want to make clear that this next critical phase of our vaccination rollout campaign is once again very much a community effort. This is not a county campaign per se, but is a partnership with many key players, including, as Dr. Shinde mentioned, our federally qualified health centers, our community-based organizations, schools, promotoras, and many other community-based healthcare providers and groups, organizations, and partnerships that have played a key role in our success so far in getting so many people in our community vaccinated. And third and final, we want people and parents in particular to know that they where they can find details and trusted information about these lower doses of vaccine and their safety. Sites such as through the CDC and the California Department of Public Health's websites, as well as our own socoemergency.org site, where we will once again be directing them on how to find out, sign up information for these pediatric clinics and other sites for vaccinations. So we plan to do all these messaging through a modified version of our ongoing Say Yes to Vaccines marketing campaign that's been ongoing in print, radio, and digital platforms in the community. We plan to push it on social media posts, mobile applications, weekly live webinars, which we continue to do in both English and Spanish, and other tools. Most of all, we will be working with our trusted community leaders to share this messaging with parents and community members. In fact, Marcos Mejia on our communications team has just created a 2-minute video featuring respected local pediatrician, Dr. Brian Prostowski, which we plan to be pushing out soon, and we plan to be doing other videos like this, which is directed at messages to help parents understand the importance of getting their children vaccinated. So these are all tools that we expect to employ and will be employing as part of this messaging. So now I believe I am going back to Kate for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So on this slide, I just wanted to talk briefly about some data that we will be posting up on the dashboard later this week, tracking booster dose administration in Sonoma County. And this is a mock-up of the kind of information that we will be putting up. And I just wanted to orient you to it a little bit. So this is currently looking just at Pfizer booster doses because that's currently what is available. When we try to understand the number of people in Sonoma County who are eligible for booster doses, it's a little bit tricky because 65 plus is the only age-based kind of eligibility category. So that would be, if you look on the far right side where it says 27,538, those are the number of 65 plus aged individuals in our county who are currently 6 months past their last dose of Pfizer. So they would be currently eligible, but that number will be changing every day as more people become eligible, but it's 6 months past their dose. So on our website, that number will continually be changing. That number doesn't include some of the younger age groups who are also eligible if they have certain qualifying risk factors or health conditions, because we don't have a good sense of that denominator to track. So I just wanted to explain that number so we can see that of the about 27,500 individuals who are eligible as of Sunday, almost 12,000 people 65 plus have received that booster dose. And you can also see the other age groups here, the number of individuals in the 18 to 49-year-old age category, 49 to 64-year-olds who have also received booster doses. So as of Sunday, we have almost 16,000 people in Sonoma County who have received booster doses. And then I just wanted to show you this multicolored bar down below to interpret this. This is just looking at the 65 plus age category. So the blue on the bar is the proportion of individuals who have received their booster shot. The green is showing the people who are currently eligible but have not yet received the booster. The yellow is showing people who have completed their series of Pfizer, but they haven't had that 6 months pass yet. So they're not quite eligible, but they will be soon. The gray is showing individuals who received Moderna or J&J. So right now they're not eligible, but as Dr. Shende said, pretty soon eligibility will expand for that group as well. And then red is the proportion of individuals who have not received any vaccine doses, so they're ineligible for a booster shot. So that is an overview of that information, but we will be posting that on our vaccine dashboard, hopefully by about Friday of this week. And we'll be updating it as Moderna and J&J become available as well. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. And next, I just wanted to briefly review the criteria that was set by the Bay Area counties for lifting the mask mandate. The first criteria is looking at the CDC levels of community transmission. So the requirement is that we would need to be in CDC yellow or moderate transmission for at least 3 weeks. And one thing to point out is in Sonoma County, we've been talking about daily case rates of COVID-19. CDC looks at that a little bit differently. They calculate a rolling weekly case rate per 100,000 population. And you can see this chart here that shows what low transmission, moderate transmission, substantial, and high look like in terms of number of cases per week per 100,000 population. So in order to meet this criteria, Sonoma County would need to have fewer than 50 cases per week per 100,000 population and test positivity below 8% for at least 21 consecutive days. And if you go to the next slide, we can look at where we are now. So currently, we do not meet this criteria. We are at about almost 72 cases per week per 100,000 population, and about 2% test positivity. So that places us in the orange or substantial transmission category. And you can see the graph here that shows, similar to what we've seen in our other charts, that peak surge that we experienced in our weekly case rate, and it's declining. And to kind of put this into the context of the daily case rates that we're used to talking about, 50 cases a week or less than 50 cases would be looking at having about a daily case rate of about 7. But they calculate it slightly differently, but that's just for putting it into the context that people might be familiar with. It would be about that level. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Looking at our hospitalizations, the second criteria is being defined individually by each county. And the criteria is that hospitalizations for COVID-19 must be low and stable. But hospital resources and capacity really vary by each county. So it's important that each county operationalize this criteria for their individual situation. And we are still in the process of discussing the criteria with local hospitals and healthcare partners to define what this will look like here in Sonoma County. But you can see from this chart, we do have declining hospitalizations, currently 19 individuals in the hospital with COVID-19. You can go to the next slide. And then the third criteria has 2 parts. The first part we'll look at is this option that we're able to fully vaccinate 80% of the total population. And so when I say the total population, that means everyone 0+. And if we look at our entire population in the county, we have fully vaccinated 68.6% of that population. So we would need about 56,500 or so more individuals to be fully vaccinated to reach that 80%. We do know as eligibility opens up for the 5 to 11-year-old population, this will increase our vaccine eligible population by 37,185. So even if all of those children were to become vaccinated, we would still need about 20,000 more individuals to become fully vaccinated from the other currently eligible age groups. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. So the second option, the other way to meet this third criteria would be to wait at least 8 weeks after 5 to 11-year-olds become eligible for the vaccine. And so since that approval is expected at the end of October, 8 weeks after this would put us at about late December. Okay, you can, I believe, yeah, the next slide, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Mays.
Great, thank you so much, Kate, for that explanation of what the criteria will be for lifting the mask mandate. There's one other amendment to the mask mandate and a modification that we will be pursuing. What this will do basically is add an exemption to the face covering requirement in certain indoor settings that have stable groups of people, stable cohorts of fully vaccinated individuals. So this would apply to places like gyms or fitness centers, workplaces, employee commuter vehicles, religious gatherings, college classes, or other organized gatherings of individuals who meet regularly. So again, it has to be a stable cohort. So this would not, say, for example, apply to a hair salon or a nail salon, because those kinds of facilities get different people every single day coming into their indoor space. So, and we can certainly clarify for, individual places or settings, whether they qualify for this or not. So the employer, host, or organizer may exempt fully vaccinated individuals from wearing face coverings indoors if everyone present is fully vaccinated and there are no more than 100 individuals in the indoor setting. And these individuals gather on a regular basis. So for example, if you're a gym or other fitness center that has a membership and you have the same individuals coming in during a given period of time, and you were to check vaccine status and ensure that everybody entering was fully vaccinated, then face coverings would no longer be required indoors. And in addition to verifying that all individuals are fully vaccinated, whoever the organizer, host, or employer is must maintain a list of all present. Control access, so general public can't be coming in and out. So if you're in an office or work environment and there's a public lobby and people come and go, then you wouldn't qualify for it. And the host, employer, organizer must post signage warning individuals not to enter if they have symptoms consistent with COVID or a known exposure with COVID-19, a case in the last 14 days. So this allows for there to be a list maintained in case there is COVID cases exposures, then it'd be a lot easier for us to perform the contact tracing because we'll know exactly who is there. So let me stop there and stop sharing and turn it back over to you, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mason. I will bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or comments on this item. Looking to my colleagues in Zoom to see if anyone wants to jump in. Seeing shaking, Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It is good news that we are making progress on tamping down the surge of COVID, especially with the Delta variant. And but it's demoralizing that we still have about 20,000 more people in the county that need to step up and receive vaccinations. And I assume that that is not counting the lower age students in our schools that may be eligible for vaccines. And then we have to go through the effort again at identifying those folks who might be eligible for the booster shots. And that would include me. I'm one of those 20,000 some folks eligible for boosters. So my question is, I guess a comment. Thank you for suggesting that we modify the health order to allow small groups who are fully vaccinated meeting in closed spaces to not wear masks, because I've been receiving a number of community inquiries about exactly that. And I think that will be helpful. If the board says, yes, this is good to go, when will we sign the order, and how are we going to get the word out to many communities and neighborhoods?
Well, let me turn over the communication piece to Paul.
Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor Gorin. It's a very good question. We are constantly raising that question to ourselves. But I think as soon as we can get the health order finalized and get it out, we will be pushing it. Press releases, we'll do a blast on social media. We will reach out directly to our media partners and get some airtime on English language, Spanish radio. We will make that really clear to everybody. And we are gearing up for a blast as soon as we get the green light on this.
Thank you,
Great.
Paul. And CEO Bratton has a thought to add as well.
Thank you for that. And I want to talk about the county organization and county employees. It's not just as simple as passing the new mandate and taking our mask off. As you know, we have to meet and confer with our employees. On top of that, we would have to ascertain the vaccination status of every employee in every office and for every meeting. So as I sit here today, my recommendation to the board would be for our own staff, we just stay with our current rules and wait the 8 weeks until masks come off, rather than having to go through another meet and confer process. We've been through so many over the last 18 months. And then logistically, it's cumbersome, even if we go through that process.
Thank you, CEO Bratton. It's a good reminder that we are the largest employer in Sonoma County, and we want to really communicate effectively with all of those employees. And so I appreciate your recommendations going forward. I guess my question was really about the community groups awaiting this modification, similar to some other adjoining counties. Once again, thank you all so much. Your amazing determination and your continuing work on this issue over the past almost 2 years, well, maybe a year and a half plus, is inspiring to all of us. So thanks so much. I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Other questions or comments from members of the board? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you. So a couple things. Number one is, I just want to confirm, going through this, the guidance by the Association of Bay Area Health Officers on the criteria for lifting of the mask mandate, is that all of these are yes and, right? These are not either or. So is that correct?
There's only one thing that's either or, and that would be the third criterion.
Right.
So it would be either 80% of the total population, 0 and above, vaccinated, or 8 weeks after the FDA and CDC, or FDA provides the EUA for the 5 to 11-year-olds.
Okay.
So, and even once we reach that 8 weeks after the FDA EUA approval for 5 to 11-year-olds, we still need to meet the first two criteria, which is the case rate being in the yellow and the low and stable hospitalization. So it's a prepackaged deal with the third criterion being an either or.
Thank you. That's clear. Yellow for 3 weeks and low stable hospitalizations, and either fully vaccinate 80% or 8 weeks after 5 to 11. But the 3 of those checked. Okay. Can you just go back real quickly and remind us how we should be looking at or what kind of consultation you have with the low and stable hospitalizations, the local context? Because, it just harkens me back to this conversation about when I remember when Supervisor Rabbit was talking about his wife's work in San Francisco and how that one facility, San Francisco Medical Center, whatever it was, had like 8 times as many ICU beds as the entirety of Sonoma County. And then the number in Sonoma County was flexed based on, did we have the staffing for that? How many was it really? So just what's your collaboration with the CEOs or the hospital staff to get to that level? And while you're doing it, can you just let us know what's going on right now in those places with their staffing and their just kind of give us a sense of what you're hearing from those who are still there every day.
Yeah, great question. We have weekly calls with our hospital partners. And more recently, we've actually added some of our other healthcare partners, like our federally qualified health centers, to weigh in on this, because it really is a community-wide health discussion amongst all the different healthcare facilities as to when we're ready, when we call low and stable. So several things would go into this. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations, the number of COVID-19 patients who are taking up the ICU beds. In other words, ICU bed capacity, which again, as you noted, is a moving target, and it depends on how many beds are staffed. So that brings us to staffing resources. And then lastly, deferred care. Now this is the one that's also a little bit difficult to quantitate. What deferred care means is care that's being provided in the hospital setting due to the fact that people didn't actually seek a lot of care in the last year and a half prior due to the pandemic. So because people deferred their care, they may be presenting with a disease that's a little further along than it would have been if they'd been getting care all along. For example, people also didn't get their preventative care, like colonoscopies or mammograms during the first year of the pandemic. In addition, they may not have gotten their regular follow-up for other medical conditions, diabetes, hypertension, different things. So as a result, what our hospitals are telling us is they're seeing an increase in hospitalizations amongst people who they consider as a result of deferred care. So that also has to come into the equation. So what we plan on doing is to continue the weekly discussions with the hospitals, have some internal sort of criteria that we're following, those 4 things I just said: COVID hospitalizations, ICU beds taken up by COVID patients or capacity, staffing resources, and deferred care.
Sorry, going to switch over to the proposed masking order modification. So a couple things here. One is I appreciate the intent that you're working towards, right? The obvious question on the back end is how do we enforce this? Is this based on spot enforcement or and random sampling, or is it based on a complaint system? And this is not abnormal. We've done this. We do this for every kind of regulation. There's always the question: do you fully have to get everybody to go on the front end and to do a permit and provide a list, and then which is very staff heavy on our side, or do you allow these to go out, and then what we do is we track them and they have to have proper accounting? And if for whatever reason we get a complaint or we do a site visit and somebody can't publish or show that they have the information, then automatically they're not allowed to do it anymore. So just what you're thinking on that.
Well, I think the former is very resource intensive. So I think the best strategy here would be to put the onus should really be on the host employer, the owner, to follow these guidelines. And yes, we could. There may be some site visits or site checks, that sort of thing. But it really is going to be dependent on, as I said, the person who's in charge of that facility to comply with these regulations. I don't know if anybody else here wants to add anything more, Tina or Paul or anyone else, or County Council.
Don't everybody jump at it. I actually think, that's a question, but I think you're tracking it right. I mean, there's a certain part of this that we can't we don't have the resources to be able to watch everybody and everything and everywhere it goes. We have a community that's already showed itself to be very compliant. But at the same time, we have had issues in the past with spot complaints that have come in for different establishments. And a lot of those are establishments that you've listed here, whether those were things that were coming up from gyms or, religious gatherings or businesses that weren't really paying attention. And so, the fact that we have such a high rate here of vaccinations and we're trying to offer something, I think, I just want to let you know I support what you're talking about with that, with respect to having people keep their own records and having them know that at any time they could lose that opportunity to have that exemption. And I think for you guys, just think through what the guidance is, because that's ultimately what we're going to be asked is if you go forward with this, like it should be published with, this is the onus or the responsibility is on the organizer and or the host. They have to be able to put, if upon request, if there's a complaint or a spot visit, be able to provide proof that whatever it is that they're doing it responsibly, and make sure they take care of and follow the guidance coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Other comments or questions? Seeing none from Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi, anything? Well, I just want to say thank you very much to staff for all of the work that you have done on this. And I really, really appreciate the data. I know that there continues to be a tremendous amount of misinformation in the community. And I hope and I know that we will continue to work with our communications team to try to get the word out. I mean, the compelling statistics that you provided regarding death rates and vaccinated versus unvaccinated residents, that is something that everyone should know, quite frankly. And yet I continue to see misinformation, unfortunately, spiraling on social media. So absent any more questions or comments from the board, I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item in person.
Supervisor Hopkins, I have one other just comment, and that is to clarify, this is an opt-in kind of a system. So in other words, any business or workplace that would fall under this mask exemption that doesn't want to participate doesn't have to. So they could continue with status quo if they want.
Thank you. So with that, I will go ahead and ask Karen if there are any members of the public who wish to speak via Zoom on this item.
For any Zoom attendees, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand or press *9 if you have phoned in. Chair Hopkins, there are no hands at this time.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back to the board for any final comments. Seeing none, anything left from staff? Any last comments? All right. Oh, Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, just I think every time you do a presentation from now on, especially as we're moving into the school age world, I would encourage you and all of us to always list that slide that Kate brought forward that listed all the other vaccinations that are already required for school. So just from a messaging standpoint, even when you come forward to us in the future and as we move into this early November time, is I think the context is very powerful. That was something you put into one presentation. A lot of these you cycle through. I would love to see that, just even if we don't talk about it, everything, but just, hey, a reminder for every time we have this COVID update and every time you do one that's in the community, because we're moving into that 5 to 12-year-old. I took my kids, or my wife and I did, to our pediatrician, and they looked at us and said, I hope you're planning to vaccinate your children. It's safe, and we're concerned at what we've seen with other kids who have been contracting COVID through the Delta that wasn't happening previously. There was a lot more to it than that, but those were the two key points. So if there's any, and as I've always said, is that these decisions are going to be dictated by my doctor and by those of you who are the doctors of the county. And so I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. So with that does conclude item 25, which was an informational item, and that will bring us to public comment on the closed session items 26 through 29A. And I see that County Council is leaning in to make a comment.
I can take public comment first, but I do have a comment before we adjourn to closed session.
Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person, and I see none, so I will hand it over to Karen to accept public comment. on items 26 through 29A.
For our Zoom attendees, if you wish to speak on closed session items 26 to 29A, please raise your hand or press *9 if you have phoned in. Chair Hopkins, there are no hands at this time.
Thank you very much, Karen. Council Pittman?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For the purpose of managing closed session and our afternoon calendar, we do have a time certain for public comment. We need about an hour and a half for closed session. I would suggest that, and if the board wants to take an actual lunch break before we convene closed session, if we can pick a start time and bump the public comment in the afternoon to an appropriate start.
Great. So why don't we plan on having public comment no sooner than 2 p.m. To allow for that, and we can flex it a little bit. We do also have to briefly open, I believe, the public hearing for item 30 before we formally continue it to December 14th at 1:30 p.m. So we will do that when we return, which will again be no sooner than 2 p.m. And with that, we will adjourn into closed session.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume. Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, we should be ready to begin.
Thank you very much. So we are going to go ahead and report out on the October 5th and October 19th closed sessions.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. On October 5th, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 18 through 21 on the agenda. On item 18, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Cousteau French Bakery versus the County of Sonoma. By a vote of 5-0, the board gave direction to County Counsel to execute a settlement agreement to resolve the merits of the litigation. The board further directed County Counsel and staff to contest any motion brought by plaintiff that seeks attorney's fees related to the litigation. On item 19, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider public employee performance evaluation for the Executive Director of the Economic Development Board. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to staff. On item 20, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with agency negotiator Christina Kramer to consider the public employee appointment for the Director of Human Services. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the agency's negotiator. On item 21, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The boards gave direction to their labor negotiators. That concludes the report out from October 5th. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 26 through 29A on today's agenda. On item 26, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, the potential initiation of litigation in one matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to County Counsel. Item 27 was removed from the closed session calendar by addendum and was not considered by the board. On item 28, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session for a conference with its real property negotiators to consider the terms and conditions for a proposed exchange for the real property generally addressed as 22 Boys Boulevard, Sonoma, California. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiator, Caroline Judy. On item 29, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The boards gave direction to their labor negotiators. On item 29A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session as the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the Water Agency to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors gave direction to legal counsel and agency staff. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will move on to item 30, which is UPC 17-0069 Freestone Ranch LLC Cannabis Cultivation and Processing at 1478 Valley Ford Freestone Road. We will go ahead and introduce this item and open the public hearing. And with that, I will be announcing that the item has continued to December 14th at 1:30 p.m. And with that, we will close the public hearing and then see it again back on December 14th. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to acts and determinations, which is item 31. And I would ask for a roll call vote, please, Karen, on this item.
Yes. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye, and I can't turn on my video camera, so the host will have to let me in.
Okay, I'll take care of that. Oh, there you are. Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you so much, Karen. And with that, we'll move on to board member reports on assigned board councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. Who has their calendar ready to go? Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. Since we last met, October 6th, we had the Smart Board of Directors meeting. On the 7th, the Highway 37 Policy Committee meeting, Petaluma Valley GSA Community meeting that evening. MTC on the 8th, MTC ABAG Legislation Committee, as well as the ABAG Administrative Committee, which then went on to hear about 4 hours worth of RENA appeals. On October 11th, we did have an opioid fentanyl meeting with the school officials in Petaluma and our public health staff. Petaluma's had, I believe, 19 overdose deaths this year. 3 recent ones, 2 were teenagers. 1 was in school, 1 was a recent graduate. And so there's lots of concern, obviously, for good reason. Talked about the programs that we have in place today and those things that we might be bringing online depending on the final expenditure plan on Measure O, as well as the opioid settlement, if we see dollars from that going forward. We did have that afternoon then the SCTA RCPA Board of Directors meeting. The next morning, BATA Programming and Allocation Committee at MTC, as well as the following day, ABAG Regional Planning Committee and the BAFA Oversight Committee. BAFA is the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority run by Libby Schaff over in Oakland. And on the 15th, ABAG Administrative Committee, continuing the RENA appeals. On the 18th, Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation District public hearing regarding sidewalk safety, kind of updating the regulations regarding the use of the sidewalk. Can't tell you how many million of visitors use the sidewalk on the bridge on a daily basis, as many bicyclists do as well. And so it was time to update the regulations, and a lot of concerns over e-bikes, speed limits, especially with the new railing on the west. I'm not sure if you've seen that. It's a lot more porous for good reason. It lets more wind through, but it lets more wind through for the bicyclists on those windy days. So there's some new rules coming on board for that. We did have the Red Board of Directors meeting, EMS ad hoc that particular day, as well as a meeting out in Bloomfield. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Gore?
The only thing to report is last week I had we hosted the executive board of the California State Association of Counties and had a few calls for the North Coast Resource Partnership leadership group. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin or Corsi? We can't see you on the screen. It's sort of like you just disappeared. I don't know if you're still there.
I'm still here. And the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority heard a presentation from the Sonoma Land Trust about the Sonoma Baylands project moving forward, and probably will receive additional funding from the Restoration Authority for that pretty important project moving forward. There will be a SMART meeting tomorrow afternoon where I suspect the board will approve a contract for a new general manager. So stay tuned for that, and lots of good things happening.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks, Chair Hopkins. Going back a couple weeks, on October 6th, attended the celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Family Justice Center, where they continue to do good work, mainly remotely, and getting out into the community. It's not open as a facility yet, but a lot of good folks there who've been doing good work for 10 years. October 7th, we had a meeting of the Continuum of Care Board and a meeting of the Aging Together Leadership Committee. Bear with me while I'm going through my calendar here. sorry. October 11th, meeting of the North Bay North Coast Broadband Coalition, talking about getting that last mile financed, funded, and built. October 13th, we had our community meeting for the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency, followed on the 14th by a board meeting of the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And going to yesterday, Supervisor Rabbit mentioned a meeting of the Renewal Enterprise District Board of Directors. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. For myself, I attended a Bay Area Air Quality Management Board of Directors meeting, as well as a LAFCO meeting, Sonoma Clean Power, Global Council for Science and the Environment, SCTA RCPA, and I believe that brings me up to speed. Oh, actually, the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency as well. CEO Bratton, do you have anything to announce this week?
Just a quick note, I understand the Healdsburg City Council last night approved applying for Project Home Key for a hotel up there. Roanoke Park, as you know, is also submitting an application for Project Home Key for 60 units. We will be talking about this next Tuesday at our board meeting. I just wanted to let the board know about these developments, which are great for our community.
Thank you very much, CEO Bratton. So with that, we will move to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and on board member reports. I will first ask if we have any members of the public in person. Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask Karen to lead us in public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. How long would you like public comment?
2 minutes, please.
Great. Let's see here. If you'd like to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. The first caller is Janet Blunt. Please unmute and begin talking.
Hi, everybody. This is Jana Blunt, president of SEAU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter, employee of the Recorder's Office. Until ARPA funds start being allocated in December, you'll be hearing from many of your workers right here to demand a hazard pay bonus for the excessive hardship, dangerous conditions, and financial impact placed against us as public servants and essential workers. After much of our workforce encountered their first taste of real disaster work in 2017, I defended our county's management in the face of demands for a hazard premium. Sure, just like doctors, just like firefighters, we had county workers staffing the shelters when their own homes burned to the ground. We had social workers back then making a case for hazard pay, but I told them to give county management some time to bounce back. When my neighbors and I became trapped overnight due to river road flooding in both directions, I went down our hill and spoke to the TPW crew who were clearing our roads and drains of debris. The foreman told me his crew had never worked so hard in their lives. He was so beaten down. He told me he was going to look into whether hazard pay would be made available. I told him to hold on. I said, the county knows what you're going through, but they need time too. And after the Wallbridge fire, I met our animal services workers who drove through smoke and flames to what used to be farms and pastures to rescue abandoned livestock and horses. Not only were these heroes not acknowledged for their bravery, but their jobs ended up on the chopping block last fall. We barely saved them, and they'd have been laid off if it was up to the then director of DHS. During our coronavirus meet and confer, HR told us that our workplace transmission could not be blamed or traced to their decisions surrounding the level of necessary exposure. And I finally realized how pathetic I was to fight our workers on behalf of county management's supposed good faith for years. Go figure, the workers were right all along. A hazard pay premium is non-negotiable. Thank you for your time.
Our next caller is Tom Hartman. Please unmute and begin talking when prompted.
Hi, my name is Tom Hartman. I'm an SEIU member from Permit Sonoma, and I'm speaking on behalf of my team. A lot of the work that, well, almost all the work that we perform can be done remotely, and we are doing it remotely. There's no need for us to be physically in the office and risk COVID exposure to perform our duties. I have relatives who are too young to be vaccinated, and I don't want them to get sick. While there are obviously cases in which employee presence on site is essential, the goal should be to reduce the spread of COVID, not increase it. So only employees who must absolutely be on site for the department to function and to serve the public should be expected to work in person during COVID. For those employees who are expected to risk COVID exposure and possibly spread it to our young relatives and elderly parents, there should be hazard pay for the hours we work in person to compensate for that risk. Employees should not be expected to bear the entire financial burden of COVID illness, including insurance copays and deductibles, for work that they perform on the county's behalf. For employees who have incurred personal expenses creating an adequate work environment at home, the county should reimburse them for those expenses. Again, employees should not be expected to bear the entire financial burden for work performed on the county's behalf. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jesse. Jesse, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Jesse Wren. I'm a member of SIEU working with the Sonoma County Parks and Recreation Department as a park aide in the operations department. I believe that we as frontline workers are deserving of people, especially at the busier parks such as Storm Beach or Spring Lake. We see a large volume of individuals that could potentially expose us to COVID. We deal with human waste on a regular basis, which increases our risk of exposure as well. We sterilize and clean all of the operations facilities at all of the parks, as well as taking out trash, which is another thing that can just multiply our potential exposure. I believe other positions that do work similar to ours have been granted hazard pay, and I feel like we as workers in the front line are deserving of hazard pay as well. Thank you for your time, and I see the remainder.
Our next speaker is Terry Perot. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Perry Parrott, and I work in the Veterans Service Office as a Veteran Service Specialist within the Human Services Department, and I am a member of SEIU. On July 6th of 2020, we in the VSO began seeing clients in the office face to face. We were fully instructed on the protocol and did our work. However, as a wise person once said, the needs of the many outweighed the needs of the few, which I agree with, and we went to work. Yes, the county provided the barriers, the masks, the disinfecting wipes, hand sanitizers, but that doesn't mean that I was completely comfortable every day that I reported to the office. I work with a disability, or I have a disability. That makes it imperative that I see my client's facial expression as part to communication. I cannot understand what people are saying when they're wearing masks. It also means that I also have to be closer to people to sort of understand what they're saying, because I'm using all my senses to communicate with my clients. I also use Live Transcribe on my personal cell phone to translate speech to text. But again, I still needed to be able to see my clients' mouths move. Okay, 99.9% of my clients also suffer from some sort of hearing loss. They also needed to see my mouth as part of their way to communicate. Since the CDC came out with the exception to mask wearing, I've been utilizing this at almost every encounter with my clients. I ask that you consider hazard pay, and if you review all of the clients that we have seen face-to-face in the Veterans Service Office, you'll agree with me. In addition, I noticed that there is no live captioning so that any hearing impaired people cannot track this conversation. So I hope that you'll work on that as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill Caden. Please unmute and begin speaking when prompted.
Hi, my name is Jill Caden and I work for Regional Parks as a park aide, and I am a member of SEIU, and I am here about hazard pay. I'm speaking today for all my coworkers and myself. We've been on the front lines, and it's very hazard to us and our families with the hundreds and hundreds of people that we've been on the front lines with since April 2020. It has been pretty scary and stressful through all these months. Since everyone was told to go outside, it's safe, our beaches, trails, parking lots, roads, picnic areas, and restaurants are all overcrowded, and with people from all over Northern California who are not wearing masks or social distancing. We have been cleaning and sanitizing restrooms many, many times a day. So back then, with no vaccine in sight for months and months, it was pretty scary and pretty daunting for my team. And now that COVID is still running rampant today, it is a scary thought bringing COVID home to our loved ones. Thank you for listening.
Our next caller is Natalie Higley. When prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Natalie Higley. I'm with IBEW Local 551. With the influx of local construction work and the emphasis on green jobs and climate mitigation measures, I wanted to again advocate for the need to employ local state certified electricians. We at IBEW Local 551 have a comprehensive apprenticeship program that trains local people regardless of their background, race, or gender in a lifelong career that ensures they receive the benefits and wages that are required to thrive in Sonoma County with its increasing income inequality. Between the county, local city councils, and climate commissions, I'm seeing a lot of discussions surrounding green building, solar panels, microgrids, electric vehicle chargers, and battery storage projects. There are multiple certifications and classifications that are essential to be utilized on these projects, not only for the employment and support of local workers, but also to ensure that these projects are in compliance and installed safely. C10 contractors are necessary for both solar and microgrid projects. All of these projects should be utilizing a skilled and trained workforce, hiring state certified electricians, and employing local apprentices just beginning in their careers. We are very grateful that the board takes climate change seriously and is determined to do its utmost to combat its effects while lowering greenhouse gas emissions and our collective carbon footprint. But we also believe these issues intersect heavily with the need to combat income inequality and building up our middle class by hiring local union workers, allowing them to provide for their families and to continue to build a life in Sonoma County. It is tragic that the majority of our children are not able to build their lives where we've raised them, and we believe it is paramount for us to provide them as many opportunities as possible to try and make a sustainable life here. We would very much like to be a resource to the board on these issues and welcome any board members to reach out to us with any questions they have about our industry or apprenticeship programs and how we can work together to.
Our next commenter is Crystal Sabalos. When prompted, please unmute and begin speaking. Crystal, are you able to unmute? There you go.
Hi, this is Crystal Ceballos. I am a member of SEIU. I am the lobby supervisor for the Economic Assistance Department. I'm speaking today because I, along with my team, was and still am in the front line assisting clients since the beginning of the pandemic. At the beginning of COVID, there were no vaccines and 95 masks and proper PPE offered, but yet the whole building and other departments were shut down for protection of all employees. I was told there is no closed door policy due to the essential services of our department and was instructed to continue and assist our clients regardless of what was taking place. I left work daily, anxious and stressed, not knowing if I had exposed myself, my team, or my family with the COVID-19 virus. This has been an extremely difficult time for myself, my team, my family, knowing I was not given the option of safely staying at home or working from home like the rest of the world. I believe hazard pay should be compensated for our frontline workers working directly face-to-face with clients and putting our lives on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Bernie Kotlier. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Bernie Kotlier, and I'm the co-chair of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program. And I'm here to comment about why I think Sonoma County should require EVITP certification for the installation and maintenance of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. First, EVIP is a nonprofit, volunteer, brand neutral, national EV industry collaborative training program that is committed to training for safety and effective infrastructure for charging. Our collaborative includes auto manufacturers, utilities, contractors, first responders, and all stakeholders in the EV industry. The EVITP curriculum is comprehensive, going all the way from residential through commercial and heavy industrial. EVITP is open to all California state certified electricians, and EVITP has been required by many jurisdictions, including the state of California, because first and foremost, the safety of the general public, workers, and building inhabitants is critical. Some of the jurisdictions that require EVITP are the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles, cities like Carson, Pico Rivera, Long Beach, Montebello, Maywood, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and most importantly, California AB 841 requires our three major energy regulatory agencies to have EVITP electricians on the job. So why should Sonoma County require it if the state does already? Because it's only projects that go through those agencies. There's many projects that are taking place in Sonoma County that are not covered by the 841 requirement. So I urge all the supervisors to consider an EVITP requirement for Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Joe Tremaine. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Joe Tremaine, and I represent the IBEW Local 551 here in Santa Rosa. Today, I would like to discuss the safety and reliability of our impending and much anticipated green infrastructure. Our local solar arrays, battery storage, and related microgrids need to be constructed and maintained in the safest and most reliable fashion possible. The way to achieve this goal is to use a skilled and trained workforce operating under a C10 contractor using journey-level, state-certified local hire electricians and apprentices trained under an approved apprenticeship program. The use of local hire, skilled and trained workforce under a prevailing wage platform enables our local trades, men and women, to work and live right here in Sonoma County. And our local apprenticeship program enables our young workforce to earn while they learn. And after completing a 5-year apprenticeship, our young community members get a rock-solid career with no college tuition debt. So let's build our new green infrastructure with local hire, skilled and trained, journeymen, and local apprentices trained under a state-approved apprenticeship so that Sonoma County can enjoy a safe and reliable clean energy community. Thank you for your time and stay safe.
Our next commenter is Janie. Janie, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
My name is Janie Camacho. I work for the ACTTC in the claims department. Many of our department was expected to go into the office to print checks, prepare reports, and be present to collect property taxes. Our office is responsible in keeping the money flowing. Those of us that interact with the public can protect ourselves 100%. Although we utilize all protection, some of us still contracted COVID-19. when I was helping the tax collector, making sure people wore masks and social distance, a few people came up to my table that was outside without a mask. Some of them were very anti-maskers. Since I'm not that tall, anyone speaking above me will project their mist onto me. I had my mask, but my eyes were not protected. I didn't have a shield, protective shield like the ladies inside. Luckily, I didn't contract anything. Other workers have to deal with cash that may come in with infected persons. The cross-contamination is a real thing. We can't sanitize cash. We're putting our lives on the line for the county. The tax collector is already collecting money from homeowners. If you have small children, family members with health issues, you can relate to the financial burden when schools were closed and so were daycares. A friend of mine got the virus and now his lungs are damaged for life. What the virus does to the body, if we get it, it's a long haul effect and it is our continual fear. But stronger than that, we fear that we can get exposed and take it back to our families and they get sick. As county employees, we are all putting our health and life at risk, just like grocery workers, just like police officers, just like anyone that is considered an essential worker, which we all are. Sonoma County counts on its employees to serve the public. Please join more than 20 county cities and counties, including San Francisco, LA, Costa Mesa, in providing workers with hazard pay.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. Our next commenter is Sasha Cohen. Sasha, when prompted, please unmute and state your name and start speaking. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sasha Cohen, and I work for the Human Services Department, and I am an SEIU 1021 union steward. I'll be reading a statement prepared by another county worker. I've been a lieutenant at the sheriff's office for over 10 years. I contracted COVID from the workplace before vaccines were made available and survived with what might turn out to be permanent lung damage. Was it worth it? That's one question I've been asking myself since last year. Here's my question for the Board of Supervisors and the CAO. You've expressed your support for a hazard premium. So what are you afraid of? Bad PR? Each of you could donate your entire six-figure salaries to needy causes, and there'd still be an angry mob of community members unsatisfied with which charities you chose. This comes with being a public servant. We can't always please everyone, and sometimes doing the right thing feels unpleasant. Sometimes we don't get the fanfare we should when we take the high road. Thankfully, in our case, that's not why we take that road, is it? You know the right actions to take in this case, and we will be holding you to it in December. Thank you, and I cede my time.
Our next commenter is a phone-in commenter. Please state your name and begin when prompted.
Hi, John Thrower from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Hey, Linda Hopkins, we the betrayed people are suffering from the corrupt elected public servants, concealing that our sex-starved, power-crazed, Enron puppet-forming President George W. Bush tried to kill his wife on 9/11. Saving Laura Bush from her husband's insanity caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11. President George Bush tried to kill our First Lady on 9/11 by leaving her in the White House for his sponsor King Lay's surprise attack. With one-time hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 crashing into West Wing and painless takeout, Lay's competitor, Energy Czar Dick Cheney, and his anti-Enron VP staff from Halliburton. Our County of Sonoma Board of Super Puppets is one of the best informed about 9/11's legislation body in the country because of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Made in China, satellites directed laser beams ignited so-called wildfires on October 8, 2017 to demolish 4,600 Sonoma County homes in less than an hour, but killed only 22 victims. Sonoma County Supervisors fought off silence gives aid and comfort to the communist China taking over the world. The Made in China wildfire attacks on Sonoma County are supported by a recent claim by PG&E officials that PG&E was not responsible for the Kincaid wildfire. Exhibit 1, I have told you and the board and the PG&E publicly before
Thank you
witness.
for your comment. That concludes your time. Our next caller is a phone-in commenter. Please state your name and begin speaking when prompted.
Yeah, Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. The Made in China wildfire attacks in Sonoma County are supported by a recent claim by PG&E officials that PG&E was not responsible for the Kincaid wildfire. Exhibit 1. John has told you and the board and PG&E publicly before witnesses that PG&E had nothing to do with the 2017 Made in China Tubbs so-called wildfires. Now, 4 super puppets are corruptly conspiring to spend over $26 million public hush money to build a new county administration building in the Santa Rosa Mall that your staff nor anyone else needs or wants. Diverted from your constituents, $250 million PG&E so-called wildfire relief, settlement, and federal COVID-19 relief money, all while your constituents are sick and distracted by the global COVID-19 pandemic and suffer and with growing economic instability from rampant inflation that has no end in sight. Except for the Supervisor David Rabbit, this board is a mess. It conceals that President Joe Biden unconstitutionally opened our southern border under public betraying Martial Law 107243, the Iraq authority to use military force AUMF. Exhibit 2, to justify and facilitate the U.S. detainment of over 37,805 migrant children at the border with thousands unaccounted for. Exhibit 3, bought and paid for by our illegitimate pedophile traitor, President Biden, U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and other pedophiles in government to rape, bleed, and kill. Our pedophile traitor, President Joe Biden, apparently opened U.S. borders to justify.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. Our next commenter is a phone-in commenter. Please state your name and begin speaking when prompted. Well,
This is Daniel from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Our pedophile traitor President Joe Biden apparently opened U.S. borders to justify and facilitate U.S. government-sponsored sex trafficking of 37,805 migrant children for himself and other pedophiles in government. This was confirmed 18 hours ago by Miranda Devine, New York Post, and Tucker Carlson at the Fox News, Exhibit 4. Here are 2,888 unplanned 9/11 murder details. 1. Laura Bush was saved from certain death in the White House on 9/11 by George H.W. Bush, Ken Lay, Warren Buffett, and U.S. Air Force Major Rick Gibley, who shot down 41 minutes late, hijacked United Airlines Flight 93, Exhibit 5, with a Sidewinder missile over Pennsylvania on 9/11. Ask our phantom president, Willie Brown. He had other California Employment Retirement Associations, CalPERS, directors were booked to fly to New York on 9/11, but San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown got a full 8-hour warning. Exhibit 6, probably from Ken Lay calling off their surprise attack with hijacked Flight 93 crashing into the West Wing of the White House on 9/11. Our creep president didn't take Laura into Florida for 9/11 to launch her Read Don't Watch campaign, which had been planned for weeks at Emma E. Booker Elementary School. Our president left our first lady in the White House on 9/11 to face certain death with Ken Lay's intended 9/11 targets. U.S. Energy Czar anti-Enron VP Dick Cheney and his staff from Halliburton. Number 2.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is a phone-in commenter. When prompted, please state your name and begin.
This is Karina from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. You, Superior Linda Had 9/11 gone to Willie Brown's California energy band partner Enron boss Ken Lay's plan, anti-Enron energy VP Dick Cheney would have been painlessly assassinated in the West Wing of the White House by four one-time Al-Qaeda martyrdom veteran suicide bombers seeking paradise and 72 virgins by surprise crashing United Airlines Flight 93 Exhibit 5 into the West Wing of the White House of 9/11. The Wizard of Deception, Willie Brown, would have been appointed our U.S. Vice President before the asbestos dust settled over the World Trade Center. 9/11 was the most treasonous governized crime ever planned. 9/11 was a Bush-botched Enron organized crime plan by desperate Enron builder Ken Lay that was exploited by 6 weeks then new 99-year World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein, Exhibit 7, who demolished the Twin Towers on 9/11 and covered it up as a terrorist attack. On 9/11, 6 weeks then new 99-year-old Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein demolished Twin Towers over 2,763 unplanned New Yorkers inside and then collected $4.55 billion in court. Exhibit 8 from terrorist insurance after 9/11. The FBI involved courts, 10 Congress, and four U.S. presidents criminally concealed to the day that President Bush caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11, trying to kill his.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. Our next commenter is Karen. Karen, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, this is Karen Gunther. I'm a member of SEIU. I've been an employee of Economic Assistance for 8 years, and I currently work part-time. I and my husband have health issues that prevent me from being able to work in the office. During the pandemic, my husband underwent major surgery and spent 2 months in a hospital bed in our living room where I was working. I did not miss work, and I often began working at 4:30 or 5 in the morning, working in the dark to serve our clients and to be available to assist my husband when he awoke. It was tough. We continued to work under those conditions until January 2021. In January, I was expected to resume taking phone calls, which required having a private and secure place in which to answer phone calls with clients. We spent more than 1 year of my salary converting a horse stall into an office for me to work in. We completed the work on 12/29/20 while my husband was still in his hospital bed in the living room. I was able to move into my office and begin answering phones in January. We live in a rural area with unreliable internet, and we just spent an additional $2,000 to strengthen our internet so I can continue to provide essential services to our clients. I'm dedicated to serving our clients and providing them with access to food and medical care. Even though the health risks are too great for me to work in the office, I have sacrificed a great deal of time, energy, and money to do my job and help our clients. We in Economic Assistance have all sacrificed a great deal. I ask the board to award us hazard pay and to recognize us for the many sacrifices we've made. Thank you.
Our next commenter is a phone-in commenter. When prompted, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mary Morrison, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. The FBI involved courts, 10 Congresses, and 4 U.S. presidents. Criminally concealed to this day that President Bush caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11, trying to kill his wife, and covered it up with Public Law 107243. This missive exposes 373 Public Law 107243 authorizing congressional traitors, including illegitimate pedophile President Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, and Chuck Schumer, who are in the current Senate. The current House has 260 members who voted to repeal Public Law 107243, thanks to our good constitutionalist neighbor, Congresswoman Barbara Lee in Oakland, California. Did you know, just before 9/11, the World Trade Center lease was sold to Larry Silverstein. Silverstein took out an insurance plan that fortuitously covered terrorism after 9/11. Silverstein took the insurance company to court, claiming he should be paid double because there were 2 attacks. He won and was awarded $4.55 billion. Any bound by oath of office, Exhibit 9, elected public servant, law officer, or judge who conceals 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11 is ripe for a death sentence from juries and courts under constitutional law. Number 6, on October 16, 2002, 1 year after 9/11, 373 traitors in Congress, including Senator Joe Biden and 9/11 attempted wife killer President Bush, treasonously voted to use the armed forces of the United States as he determines to be necessary, turning the office of president to an elected dictatorship. This is not in pursuance of our constitutions. 10 Congresses, Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump know that 9-time traitor Biden is an illegitimate president under U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, Exhibit 10, and shall not hold any office under the United States. Illegitimate pedophile President Biden's first executive.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is a phone-in commenter. When prompted, please state your name and begin speaking.
Nope.
Go. Hello, this is John Jenkel. As you have heard, we are the 9/11 Truth Campaign trying to educate our public servants about the truth about 9/11. And the fact is, you are covering the truth with you won't even let us make public comment. And what you're doing is giving aid and cover to domestic enemies, which is treason. And I've never been in this position before, but I am now because I have all the exhibits. I can convince any trial, any jury, any judge in 5 minutes. You people are all wrong, except perhaps Mr. Rabbit. He doesn't want to move into Santa Rosa, which makes sense. He wants to stay where you are and stay on business. And we, the people, desperately need truth in our government. We haven't got it from the presidents on down to you, dear Linda. And you got to start to help us. We have to sit down and look at this information. We can do it in a special meeting or in a board meeting. But you've got to realize that we have documents here that prove you all are covering up the truth about 9/11 and the wildfires, which were not wildfires. They were communist China trying to intimidate this county. They, as you realize, they started in Sonoma County on October 8th, 2017. And
thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. Our next commenter is John McTaggart. When prompted, please begin speaking. Unmute and begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and board members. My name is John McIntyre, and I'm lucky enough to serve the men and women of IBW Local 551 as business manager. I would like to talk to you with you today about electrical certification. Being state certified means you are a journeyman electrician and you have taken and passed a test administered by the state of California, and you're current with your continuing education. It all circles back to safety and the training that surrounds that safety. If you're unfamiliar with the dire consequences of working on a construction site in an unsafe manner, especially electrical construction, you are putting everyone around you at risk of serious injury, including yourself, and you probably don't even know it. The state of California has several registered apprenticeship programs that produce electricians who have gone through extensive training with different contractors and are familiar with the safety trainings that are necessary to keep a job accident-free. We have state-approved apprenticeship programs here in Sonoma County. The electrical apprenticeship in Santa Rosa is currently training over 100 local apprentices to be competent journey-level workers. The skilled and trained workforce law requires that 60% of the journeymen on a job site have graduated from a state-approved apprenticeship program. More people graduating from any state-approved apprenticeship program is always a good thing. It means there are more people who now have the skill set to perform the craft they are trained in and are certified to do it by the state of California. Having the county require that the construction projects require a skilled and trained workforce on those projects will promote safety and more opportunity for local hire through existing local apprenticeships, all while continuing to build our local community. Apprentices who graduate from a state-approved apprenticeship program will graduate a state-certified journeyman, will have the knowledge and skill set to perform all electrical work safety. I would ask that all electrical work under the control of the county, including microgrid projects, any electrical generation and battery storage, are to be performed by C10 contractors who must utilize state-certified electricians to perform the electrical work, and that also be put into as a requirement into bid documents. As I said earlier, it's all about safety. Let's keep everybody working safely. If you're certified to do the work, then great. If you're not, please step aside and let somebody else do it.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. The next commenter is a phone-in speaker. Please state your name and begin to speak when prompted.
At Chris Hannon, 903 campaign, illegitimate pedophile President Biden's first executive order opened our south border to facilitate U.S. detainment of over 20,000 immigrant children as he determines to be necessary. This is U.S. government-sponsored child trafficking for pedophiles in government, PIG, including judges. This crime against humanity gives aid and comfort to Communist China's secret war on the U.S. Illegitimate 5 times documented traitor President Joe Biden must be removed from office. Then Public Martial Law 107-243 must be repealed in order to restore our Constitution for the United States. Isn't that right? Patriot neighbor Congresswoman Barbara Lee in Oakland, California. You did our country a democracy-saving favor by repealing Public Law 107-243 in HR 256 in the 117th House. No doubt Jackie Spear, Joe Lofton, and Mike Thompson helped. Number 7, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey's growing liability for the asbestos-loaded 110-story steel twin towers would bankrupt the city of New York that permitted the towers. It cost over $300 million to remove the asbestos from the twin towers. The Port Authority tried to get permits from the city of New York to bottom up demolish them, but the city would not permit toxic demolitions. 6 weeks before 9/11, the Port Authority leased the World Trade Centers to Larry Silverstein for 99 years. Lucky Larry got together with desperate Enron builder Ken Lay to plan for the 2 hijacked domestic airliners to crash into the Twin Towers on 9/11, allegedly causing 2 massive steel towers to collapse in order to cover up 2 illegal top-down controlled demolitions of the asbestos-loaded Twin Towers. The 9/11 planners knew they could blame the toxic blanket of deadly asbestos dust covering the.
Thank you for your comment. That concluded our time. Our next commenter is Amy Van Leeuwen. Amy, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Amy Van Leeuwen, and I work for Sonoma County Human Services Department, Division of Adult and Aging, and I'm a member of SEIU 1021. I'm calling in today to ask you to support your workers through hazard pay. I'm a supervisor at Adult Protective Services and want to point out that just like the police and CPS, when a call comes in about a vulnerable elder or dependent adult in our community, a social worker must respond to that person. We remained on call 24/7 during COVID. APS continued making home visits, having face-to-face contact with isolated, bedbound, and nonverbal individuals, bringing groceries and calling ambulances. We met demented elders at home after they returned from hospitals that could not keep them. We staffed evacuation shelters in the middle of the epidemic. We are aware that a number of other counties have recognized the work that their public employees have done during this pandemic and ask you to join them in recognizing that work with hazard pay. Thank you. I concede my time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is a phone-in caller. Please state your name and unmute when prompted. We cannot hear you. Could you speak up louder?
The 9/11 plan review that the center view the trade. Excuse me. I am on. I don't know if you knew they could blame the toxic blankets on the deadly asbestos dust covering the World Trade Center after 9/11 on Al Qaeda hijackers seeking paradise and 72 Virgin on American Airlines Flight 11 and United Flights 175 crashing into the Twin Towers on 9/11. Number 8, in this case, refusing to assign a superior court case number to prevent due process of law for 25 pages of readiness of grievances in violation of the First Amendment entitled Petition for Extraordinary Relief in the nature of prohibition prohibiting 5-time documented traitor Joe Biden from holding any office under the United States of America. Exhibit 7. I don't have my glasses. And number 9, our top local elected public servant, Linda Hopkins, moving our county administration office. Well, yep. Oh, I did. This is, oh, perfect. Which is honorable Bradford. Right. Okay, I'm reducing my time.
Okay, that concluded our commenters. Chair Hopkins, looks like we have no more.
Thank you very much. So with that, we are going to move on, and we do have a number of residents to adjourn in honor of today. So if you wouldn't mind, please standing for our adjournment. We will be adjourning today in honor of, from the 1st District, Sally, aka Mickey Vella, Susan Chu, Shirley Hunter, and Dawn Parsons. If you wouldn't mind, please joining me in a moment of silence in honor of these community members that we have lost. Thank you all very much. Take care and be well. The next regular meeting will be held on October 26, 2021.